Everybody rise, please. Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes. This Honorable General Court of Justice for the State of North Carolina, Division of Superior Court, 3B, for the County of Cumberland is now open and sitting for dispatch of this business. The Honorable James F. Amos, Jr., Judge, President, and Presiding. God save the state and this honorable court. Please be seated.
All right, I believe that was our bailiff, Terrell Adams. Is that correct? Our other bailiff is Brandon French. All right. Our courtroom clerk is Nicole Spinks, and she's being assisted by Tanya Kelly. All right. All right, we've already picked the jury. I want to go ahead ask the jury to leave. All right, the jury's out. I need to go over a few ground rules with y'all. I expect all of you to know what you're doing and to do it correctly. If there are any objections, I will rule on the objections. Little objections will be ruled on with this gavel. Frivolous objections will be ruled on with this gavel. Proper objections will be ruled on with this gavel. And you don't really want me to rule on anything with this gavel. All right, Mr. French, if you'd bring the jurors back in. All right, the jurors are back in. You haven't handed them their jury badges. Get them juror badges. There you go. Oh, and you haven't given them pencils. They're gonna want to take notes. All right, Mr. French, here, give those pencils to them. Give those pencils to them. All right. Take all the notes you want. All right, this is the matter of State versus Tory Clark. Is the defendant present? Tory Clark. And that's all we got.
Okay, good.
Representing the defendant are Jessica Bell. Okay. Kayla, is it McLaughlin?
McLaughlin, yes.
All right, so it's MCL. All right. And Nick Furling. Nick. All right, is Jarrett Reese here? Jarrett Reese?
No, sir.
Well, if he shows up, we won't need to try it, will we? All right, and representing the state is Summer Combs. All right. Caitlin Elmore. All right, good, you're right in the order, I got you. And is it Perry Ann Lusant?
Yes.
Is that close?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right, the defendant, Tory Clark, if you please rise. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Tory Clark, charged with the crime of first-degree murder alleged to have occurred in the jurisdiction on January the 13th, 1999. All right, called to stand counsel. Stand counsel. Previously been arraigned, but for purposes of the jury, how does your client plead?
Not guilty.
All right. Any affirmative defenses? All right, you may sit, have a seat. Everybody has read the stipulated facts. Everybody agree to that? Y'all awake down there? All right. At least one of you for each side, please respond to my question.
Yes, sir. Yes.
All right, what says the state?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
I'm sorry?
Could you repeat that, please?
What says the state?
We're calling the case State versus Tory Clark.
All right. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the parties will now have an opportunity to make opening statements. Opening statements are simply a forecast of what the parties believe the evidence will show. Opening statements are not evidence and not to be taken by you as evidence. Parties are not allowed to argue their case, but simply to give you a forecast or snapshot of what they believe the competent evidence will show. All right, the state may proceed.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. On January 13th, 1999, a mother, a friend, family, loved one, or someone truly close to them. And Jared Reese was the girl that died. She was 17 years old at the time, just a normal high school student, captain of her dance team, going to classes, had a job. She got her life leaded, and it let me talk for her to look at. Her body was submerged in a creek in the back of her old truck. Now imagine, for 16 years, 16, you didn't know where your daughter was, you didn't know she was alive, you didn't know who killed her. And then you find out that she's in the bottom of the creek, in the bottom of her own truck. And her body was so decomposed that she couldn't even recognize her. Imagine the joy when you couldn't even recognize her for 16 years with no closure. Jared Reese was killed with malice in the first degree murder. Myself, Marianne Lewis, Summer Combs, Caitlin Elmore will put the person in jail for doing this, because they were not her time to go. I hope that you guys can see our side on who did it and put the person behind it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I'd like to start off by showing you a picture of the defendant, Tory Clark, and the victim, Jared Reese. I think it all says they look quite happy in this photo, can't you? This photo is an embodiment of a beautiful and happy friendship. A friendship that was drastically torn apart on January 13th, 1999. We are here today because the prosecution believes that Tory Clark murdered her best friend. They believe that after several years of friendship, Tory Clark brutally murdered and hid the body of her best friend over just a slight drift of friendship. They're going to tell you a bunch of things of what they've heard, but nothing of what they've seen. The prosecution is going to use Brody Hilton to tell you a bunch of things that just don't add up. They're going to use Detective J.D. Marlin to tell you about Detective J.D. Marlin is going to tell you about how she took advantage of a poor teenage girl who just lost her best friend. Forensics are going to show you one fingerprint that they believe belongs to my client. I want you to listen closely to the process of which they found this fingerprint, and listen to how it was brought up on questionable terms. Today we're going to provide to you Dr. Riley Rostillo to testify on the accuracy and reliability of each of the witnesses' statements. We're going to provide Jess Howard, who is going to tell you about how she found the body and how she saw a potential person of interest at the scene. And we're going to have Tory Clark herself come up here and tell you about how, after 16 years, she's still dealing with the repercussions of being accused of murdering her best friend. Jury, I'd like to remind you that in order to convict my client of first-degree murder, that you have to believe without a fraction of a doubt that she committed this crime. The truth is no one knows what exactly happened.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Ladies and gentlemen, lawyers are permitted in their opening statements to characterize the evidence and to give you a forecast of the evidence. If they make a statement as to what the law is, please don't take that as this counsel has given you an incorrect statement of the law. It's not beyond a fraction of a doubt. It's beyond a reasonable doubt. I, at a later time, will explain to you what a reasonable doubt is, but please disregard the comment of this counsel about the burden of proof being a fraction of a doubt. You may proceed.
Truth is, nobody knows what exactly happened to Jared Reese the day she was missing or murdered, but we do know that my client, Tory Clark, is not guilty. And that will be proven through all witness statements here today.
right, we call your first witness.
The state would like to call Monique Reese to the stand.
All right, Mr. Bailiff, you show her how to get up here to the Bible. Place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right, and face the clerk.
Do you swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You may be seated.
Okay. All right, if you'd state your name for the court.
Monique Reese.
All right, you may proceed.
Do you have a daughter, Miss Reese?
I did.
And what was your daughter's name?
Jarek Reese.
How old was your daughter?
She was 17 when she was
Now, can you please describe to me her personality?
very outgoing, beautiful, smart. Just an average teenage girl.
And how was her family life?
Her father and I are divorced. He lives out of state, and Jarek lived with me.
And was Jarek involved in any extracurricular activities?
She was. She was on the tennis team, and she also worked at Starbucks.
And now, what time did she normally get home from tennis practice?
Normally around 5 o'clock at night.
And when did you first know something was wrong?
Probably around 5:45, 6.
And when did you first call the police?
That night.
And when did you first talk to Detective J.D. Marlin?
The next day, around 8 o'clock in the morning.
And now, what search efforts have been taken to find your daughter?
Well, every week after she went missing, volunteers went and searched for her body. But after a couple months, that kind of stopped.
And how long had your daughter been missing until something was found?
16 years.
And now, where was your daughter's body found?
In the bottom of a creek.
And did you have to identify her body?
No, thank God.
And now, how was the condition of her body?
It was just bones.
And emotionally, how did this affect you?
How do you fucking think I felt? My daughter was missing.
Now, who were Jarek Reese's friends at school?
Most of the girls on the tennis team, and her best friend was Tori Clark, who was her friend since middle school.
And now, how was Tori and Jarek's friendship?
It was fine as far as I know until they had a falling out.
No further questions?
Miss Reese, on the day your daughter went missing, you heard that no one at the high school, not even her tennis teammates, had seen Jarek after school. Is that correct?
That's correct. She didn't show up to tennis practice that day.
This included Tori Clark even saying that she did not see Jarek Reese after school. Is that correct?
Yes.
You also claimed in your affidavit that you've never spoken to her manager at the coffee shop. Is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the ground of your objection?
Her manager is not even being involved in this case.
She's not asking about anything that's being said from the manager.
So
Your
what-
Honor,
Hold on just a second. What's the ground of your objection?
He's bringing in, like, a witness that's not even involved. Hearsay.
Hearsay or relevance?
Okay. It is not hearsay if I am not saying what Ms. Sojo Jalowski said, if that is the witness that we are talking about. I'm just stating the fact that Ms. Jalowski called Ms. Monarch Reese on the day of Jarek's disappearance.
Well,
Yeah.
rephrase your question. Rephrase your question.
All right. Did Sojo Jalowski call you on the day of your daughter's disappearance?
All right. To that question, the objection's overruled. You can answer yes or no.
No.
No. Your Honor, may I approach the man? May I approach the witness?
Sure.
Said right here that
Let me see it first.
Just right by where the footnote is.
All right, send the jury out. The jury's out. What do you intend to do with this?
I intend to show Miss Reese that, in fact, she claimed in her affidavit that Sojo Jalowski did call her on the day of her daughter's.
So you want to impeach her? Is that correct? You want to impeach her? All right. And your objection to this is that it's not a redacted copy? All right, I'll allow you to show it to her. You can try to refresh her recollection, but not going to allow you to introduce it into evidence or let the jury see it at this point. All right, bring the jury back in. Thank you, Mr. Fisher.
Okay. So, right here, right by this footnote, read this line. Yeah, right here, starting with I don't.
I don't recall having spoken with Sojo before Derek witnessed.
And you're saying that pretty much Sojo Jalowski called you on that day?
Sorry, it was 16 years ago. I don't quite remember.
All right, if you keep your voice up, please, ma'am. I know you're speaking to him just like that, but the whole courtroom has to hear you.
Sorry, it was 16 years ago. I don't quite remember.
And you just told me with full confidence that Ms. Jalowski had never called you that day, which counters what that affidavit said.
Correct.
What was your answer?
Correct.
All right.
And you already said that you never heard of, did you even hear Sojo Jalowski before she called on that day?
No.
No. In your affidavit, you said that you wanted closure from a long process in the case. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did Detective Marlin know that you wanted closure from this process?
I'm sure that she did, yes.
No.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so we're through with this witness?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm sorry for your loss. All right, good. Just have step down, and if y'all will call your next witness, Madam Clerk, go ahead and swear them, and I'll be right back.
The state would like to call Detective J.D. Marlin.
Do you swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated.
Excuse me. Real
Remain
world.
seated, remain quiet, court back in session.
Thank you. Real world situation. All right, ma'am, if you would state your name.
Detective J.D. Marlin.
All right, if you speak just a little bit louder.
Detective J.D. Marlin.
All right, you may proceed.
Tell me about yourself, Detective Marlin.
I was a human intelligence collector for the Army for 4 years. After that, I attended Methodist University, where I got a bachelor's in science and political science. I attended BLET for 6 months. I was a patrol officer for 2 years, and then I became a detective and have been a detective for 22 years.
Can you tell me what happened on January 15th, 1999?
That was about 16 years ago, so I'm not exactly sure of the exact details.
Your Honor, may I approach your witness?
Sure. You want to show that to me first? Okay. Let me see it. That's fine, thank you.
does that look like it's been tampered with?
Well, for the record, can you tell us what it is?
Do you say what I see here?
This
Well,
is,
All right, for the record, this is State's Exhibit Number 1.
this is my police incident report that, from the incident report.
Does it look like it's been tampered with?
No, it does not.
Can you tell me?
If you'd keep your voice up, Counsel, I'd appreciate
Yes.
it.
Okay. Can you please tell me what happened on January 13th and 29th?
On January 13th, the police department received a telephone call from Mrs. Reese stating that her daughter never returned home from school or tennis practice.
Did you have some stories about Jared's whereabouts?
I did, and she had never heard from her daughter that day.
Did you meet with Tori at any point?
Yes, on the following day I met with her at school.
Can you repeat that question again? I didn't hear you. Did you meet with Tori at any point? Did you meet with Tori anytime after that?
I met with Tori and her mother the following day.
Did they both agree to do the interview?
They did.
What did you ask her?
I asked her several questions, but I don't remember all of the questions.
Your Honor, may I approach your witness?
Sure. Oh, I see what you're doing. You're giving her a copy?
Yes.
All right. Let me see it. Thank you.
Your Honor, may I offer this in evidence?
May you offer it into evidence? Any objection? I object.
You have to lay the foundation to get it into evidence.
Okay,
For the record, this is plaintiff's, State's Exhibit Number 2.
does it look like it's been tampered?
It does not.
Can you please tell the jury what it's?
This is my transcript of the interview I had with Mrs. Clark and her daughter Tori.
Really?
Do you have objections for offering it in evidence? At the end and say no.
We do not have any objections, Your Honor.
I still object. What is it?
What is it?
It's the interview,
She said,
transcript of the interview I had with Mrs. Clark and her daughter Tori
When was it done?
on January 15th, 1999.
Did you advise her of her rights?
Yes.
Was she in,
Objection.
No, I did not because
was
there
she in
not-
custody?
She was not under arrest at the time.
Okay. Is it a fair and accurate representation of
It
what was
is.
said? Is it a verbatim transcript?
Yes, it is, sir.
All right. Have you examined it to make sure that it complies with your recollection?
Yes, I have, Your Honor.
Y'all object? Okay. I don't care anymore. Submitted into evidence.
you tell me, would you like that published to the jury? Yes.
Thank you.
Don't forget it again. Jury.
No, just keep going, we'll do that at the end.
Anyway. Did you ask Ms. Clark about her relationship with Jared?
I did. They were good friends, and they started having a falling out after Jarek had started working at Starbucks, and then they mended their friendship.
What did Tori do after school?
Tori went with her friend Ronan Keldon.
Did Clark and Reese meet in the library?
They had study hall together in the library.
And what happened then?
After, that's when Ronan left with, or Tori left with Ronan after school, after the library.
Did the mom get upset in the interview?
Yes, she did, because Tori's story changed a couple times throughout the interview.
After that, did you meet the dean at the school?
I did.
And can you tell me about that conversation?
I asked her if I could look through the attendance records to check if Tori and Jarek were at school that day.
I have the attendance record. Would you like to see it?
If you have it, yes.
Sure.
Your picture is correct there.
Hand it to me.
Can you please tell the jury what that is?
This is the Pueblo High School attendance record of Tori Clark.
Marion, you gotta talk, they're telling you they can't hear you, so you have to really raise your voice because they can't hear you. Okay? You're a cheerleader, you said cheerleader, so.
Okay. Can you please tell the jury what that is?
This
Much
is-
better.
This is the attendance record for Tori Clark.
Has it been tampered with?
It has not.
Is that your real voice?
Yeah, that's not your voice.
Okay, well, what was this
I'm
squeaky stuff earlier?
trying to do.
You have a beautiful voice.
Thank
Use
you.
that voice from here on.
All right, may I offer this attendance, please?
Sure.
Thank
Any
you.
objection?
No objections.
You can keep it, I got one. All right.
Going to use it to testify.
All right, you may proceed.
So does the attendance record show that Tori was in school the next day?
It showed that she was absent from first period and tardy to her second period.
And what about on January 13, 1999?
It showed that she was absent from her last two periods on, before study hall. It doesn't indicate if they're at study hall or not, for any of the days.
What did you do after you spoke with the dean?
After I spoke with the dean, I asked if I could speak with Ronan Keldon.
Did Ronan know anything about Jared Reese?
He did not know Jared Reese very well.
Did you advise Ronan that he was not a suspect or under arrest?
I did, and Ronan didn't want to speak with me without a lawyer present.
And you ended the interview at this
I
time?
did.
Can you tell me why the investigation stopped on January 20th, 1999?
At that point, no further evidence had come forward, and we hadn't heard anything with Jarek.
And then you proceeded to the DA's office, correct?
I did.
What were your suggestions on this?
I suggested that we charge Tori Clark with second-degree kidnapping.
And what was the DA's decision?
He denied that with we didn't have enough sufficient evidence.
And what did you do after that?
After that, we had no further evidence or any more information come up.
Can you tell me what happened last year on May 26th?
On May 23rd, we had a phone call. The police department got a phone call from Just Howard stating that she spotted the gold Honda that would be Jared Reese's Honda.
Can you tell me why you requested to be on the case?
I requested the case because I was on that case in 1999, and I put so much effort and energy into it, I wanted to be able to finish it up.
And you visited the crime scene after you learned about it, correct?
I did. After I listened to the telephone call by Just Howard, I went and looked at the crime scene.
Can I approach witness Jen, Your Honor?
Sure. Are they in here? Nicole, are they in here?
They should be at the very back. Which one is it? Oh, wait, I don't, it's not a good copy. It's a very good copy.
Can you tell the jury what that is, please?
This is the river.
Well, let's don't show them until they're introduced into evidence. Let's just tell them what these collectively are.
These are photographs of the crime scene, some of the terrain around the crime scene.
Do they look like they've been tampered with or different pictures?
No.
Your Honor, may I offer this evidence, please?
Any objection?
No objection.
I object still.
Because he already showed you how to do it once.
What did I forget?
Let's start over.
Okay.
What are they?
Their pictures.
Ask her.
What are they?
They're photographs of the terrain and the crime scene, different views of the crime scene.
Are they fair
Are they fair?
and accurate
Yes, they are.
portrayals of what they purport to show?
Yes, they are.
Will they assist you
Will they assist you in trial?
Yes, they will.
in your testimony?
Yes, they will.
Okay. Now you can offer them.
May I offer it to evidence, please?
Any objection?
No
All
objection,
right.
sir.
I don't object either. They're admitted.
You can show them.
For the record, let's see. Well, for the record, we will number them 4A, B, and C. D and E. We can't have exhibits the same number. So, let me see. All right, you may proceed.
Please tell the jury what you see.
The first photograph is a depiction of
Tell us the exact letter.
4A is an enlarged picture of the river, and this is exactly where Reese's vehicle was found, where the pin is dropped. All right, we're gonna be able to hand them off later.
I'm sure a counselor wants them published to the jury.
The second, 4B, is an aerial photograph of the area of where the high school, where the mall is, and then Walmart, and the car was found over there. 4C is a little bit closer view of 4B. 4D is also just showing, there's the river and the car, and just showing the distance of the buildings and the river. And then 4E is a little bit further out from the same type of view.
Did you listen to Judge Howard's call?
I did.
When did you meet with Judge?
Just after I listened to the phone calls and went to the crime scene.
Can you tell me about your conversation with her?
She just, I just asked her how she knew that it was her car and how she was in that area. She told me that, I was told that she takes long nature walks, and she just happened to stumble across when she looked over, she saw the roof of the car peeking out over the shrubs and all the vegetation that had basically like grown around the area.
Explain to the jury who Judge Howard is.
She just.
She's the one that made the phone call.
Yeah, she made the phone call and called in the car and she explained that she knew it was Reese's car.
Did you ask her why she was out there?
I did, and she just explained to me that she likes to take
Objection
long
asked
nature
and
walks.
answered.
Overrule, in my discretion.
She said that, I was explained that she takes long nature walks, sometimes it's by the train tracks, sometimes it's over by the, just anywhere, and sometimes she just starts walking and she ends up wherever she ends up. And that day, that's where she ended up.
Did you look at any of her past criminal history?
I did.
Can you please explain?
Objection, relevance.
All right, send the jury out. Jury's out. You want to talk about the criminal history of Jess Howard.
Correct.
All right. Are you going to call that person as a witness?
Yes.
You are.
No, we are.
Okay. And how is her criminal history relevant?
Well, she has something in there. And I saw
That just sounds bad, doesn't it?
Yes.
What's the relevance of it?
I mean,
Does she have any convictions?
Your Honor, she does have prior convictions to this, and it would help us establish a foundation that Jess Howard isn't a very good witness,
A truthful witness?
a truthful witness.
Okay. Obviously, the defense doesn't have to present any evidence in a normal case, but in this case, you're going to flunk if you don't. So I assume you're going to present evidence, right?
Yes,
All right, are you going to call Jess Howard?
we are.
All right, I'll sustain the objection at this point and revisit it even when Jess Howard testifies. So bring the jury back in. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the objection is sustained. Please disregard the last question if you can even remember it. All right, you may proceed.
Could you speak again to Roman?
To Ronan Keldon?
Yes.
I did after I spoke with Jess Howard,
Why didn't you give his Miranda rights?
because he was not ever placed under arrest.
You have a man approach the witness again?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Please explain to jury can you please explain to jury what that is?
This is the transcript of my interview with Ronan Keldon.
Is that valuable in trial?
Yes, it is.
Has it been tampered with in any way?
No, it has not.
Your Honor, may I please offer this as evidence?
This is State's Exhibit number 5.
Can you please read line?
And wait a second, is there any objection?
No objection, sir.
Okay.
Can you please read
Let's send
line?
let's send the jury out. All right, jury's out. What are you going to do with this?
She's going to read lines 119 and 131 through 137.
You all object to that?
Just 1 second to look at this, please, Your Honor.
Okay.
Was that 119 through what?
119 and 131 through 137.
Can she testify on what Ronan Keldon said in the interview? Because this is just what he said.
I'm sorry?
This is not what she said in the interview. This is what he said. Is she allowed to testify to that?
Well, I know the answer, but y'all should too.
I assume no.
I'll try it.
Okay, then objection.
And what's your objection?
She can't testify to something that she didn't say.
And what's that known as?
Hearsay.
Thank you.
Bingo. Ding, 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 ding. Are you going to call Roanne Keldon?
Ronan? Yes.
You are. All
Yes.
right, so you're going to call this witness,
Yes, sir.
okay? Now what do you say?
Is he going to be asked the same questions to testify, clarify that this is what he actually said?
That's a pretty good question.
The exact questions and to explain the exact answer that he gave?
Yes.
We'll be sure of that. We'll
Okay.
let it in as long as that happens.
Very perceptive. All right, bring the jury back in. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the objection to this is overruled at this point. In fact, the defense has withdrawn their objection. I will allow this witness to testify about her conversation with Roanne Keldon for one purpose only, to corroborate the testimony of Roanne Keldon given when he or she testifies. If anything that this witness says that Roanne Keldon says is different than what Roanne Keldon eventually testifies to, you're not to take this as the truth of the matter asserted here. You may, however, take it for impeachment purposes. So, long and the short of it is, objection has been withdrawn. You may testify. Go ahead. Your next question.
According to the police report, you obtained the warrant for Torrey's phone record on January 13, 1999, correct?
What was that?
According to the police report, you obtained a warrant for Torrey's phone record on January 13, 1999, correct?
Yes.
Did it show her calling from Best Buy?
Yes.
Your Honor, no further questions.
Okay. Cross-examination.
Detective Marlin, you stated that it was 16 years ago when the case happened, so you couldn't remember the details. Is that correct in your testimony today?
I said I couldn't remember every exact detail without that.
In your affidavit, however, you mentioned on line 143 of your report that you were not sure when the case came back up. Excuse me, this is on page 144, or 29, excuse me, line 143 into 144. You state, due to the familiarity with the original investigation, this detective requested and was granted permission to continue. So if you couldn't remember those details then, could your memory also have been a little fuzzy when you wanted to come back to the case?
Can you repeat part of that question? What was the part of that question?
So since you're saying today that you couldn't remember all of the exact memories, when you went back and were reassigned to this case, could you also say that your memories also could have been a little fuzzy from 16 years earlier?
Not on everything that happened.
So what's the difference between today? Between today's trial?
If I'm talking about every conversation, that they're asking me details of a conversation, yes.
Okay. So did you tell Tori and her mother that she was a person of interest when they came in for questioning on January 15th?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like you to look at the transcript between the interview of Tori Clark and yourself. And can you please read from line 129 to 144 out loud? And who said each line, please?
129,
Starting with Mrs. Clark.
Mrs. Clark said, "Wait a minute, are you accusing Tori of something? Is Tori a suspect or something here? Why are you asking these questions?" On 132, I said, "Mrs. Clark, please." 134, Mrs. Clark said, "No, I thought you wanted Tori's help in finding this girl. If you're trying to pin something on Tori, we're done. You didn't answer my question. Is Tori a suspect?" On 137, I said, "Officially, Tori is a person of interest in the disappearance." 139, Mrs. Clark said, "That's it. You got us here under false pretenses. We're leaving. We can leave, right?" On 141, I said, "You are free to leave anytime." And then 143, Mrs. Clark said, "Then we're leaving."
So in your testimony earlier, you stated that Ms. Clark got upset because of Tori's changing story. Do you think that, based on what you just read, that that's an accurate statement?
I didn't say Mrs. Clark got upset over the changing story.
You did.
I said that Mrs. Clark had a changing story. Miss Clark, meaning Tori, had a changing story.
Do we have a record of what she said?
Not Mrs. Clark. She didn't have a changing story.
Okay.
You're talking about,
When the prosecution asked
don't
the
record
question.
what she said earlier.
Yes.
That's not what she said earlier, I know that.
Okay.
Let's roll on.
So did you know that Tori was a person of interest before her and her mother came in for questioning that day? And did you notify this of them before they came in?
I stated it right here.
Before they came in for the interview, when you asked them to come to the police department on the morning of January 15th, did you make them aware that she was a person of interest at that time before the interview was conducted?
They know it right here.
I'm asking you, when you contacted Tori Clark and her mother, did you let her know, we need you to come in for questioning because Tori is a person of interest in this case?
Yes, no.
Okay.
Apparently I did not.
It's not found in your records, that's why I ask. So why didn't you make Tori Clark aware of her rights when she came in for questioning if she was a person of interest?
Because she was not placed under arrest.
But when Ronan Keldon, when you came in for her interview, you did read her Miranda rights before she was arrested when the body was found. Tori Clark. In your report, you... Give me 1 second. On line 134, this is talking about the present day when the body was found. Of your interview, excuse me. Excuse me, I'm just a little messed up in here. So this, I'm talking about present day, just to clarify for you. When you, on line 208, excuse me, I gave you the long run, and your investigation report,
The
yes.
court reporter can't take down but one of you at a time, so please wait till she finishes her question before you give your answer, and please wait till she finishes her answer before you ask the next question.
On line 208, it says Keldon was not in custody and was not given a Miranda advisement. A little bit before that, on line 187, upon being given a Miranda advisement, Clark requested to speak to a lawyer. So why did you give Tori Clark her Miranda advisement but not Ronan Keldon if they were both coming in for questionings about the same matter?
Because Ronan was not going to be arrested and Clark was still going to be a person of interest.
But how did you know that she was going to be arrested beforehand if an interview was not conducted that day?
Because we already had an idea that she did it.
Okay, but you had no idea if Ronan could have been involved, is that correct?
We already knew that Ronan probably was not involved in that.
And how did you know that?
Detective's intuition.
So would you say that that's pretty reliable?
It has been so far.
Okay, interesting. So you stated in this attendance record that is the plaintiff's exhibit number 2 that Tori Clark was absent from 2 of her classes on the day of January 13th and absent and tardy for the next morning on January 14th. Can you please read for me line 22, starting at responding officers on the front of your investigative report? Starting with responding officers.
How far do you want me to read?
Responding officers all the way until practice.
Responding officers confirmed that Reese was at school during the day, but had not attended tennis practice.
Okay, and now can you also go to page 28 and read line 105, starting at Noble, and let the record show that Zaria Noble is the dean of Pueblo High School.
Wait, where did you want me to start?
At 105, starting with Noble, and you could end at Hall.
Noble reported that attendance records show Reese and Clark were present for all classes, but the records wouldn't show if there was an absence in study hall.
So you just read off 2 statements that say 2 people confirmed that Tori Clark and Jerry Reese were at school all day on January 13th. Why do the attendance records show something different?
I didn't make the attendance record, so I'm not quite sure.
When did you obtain these attendance records?
In my report, it's right here. I obtained them that day, on the 15th.
Of the day that she went missing?
She went missing on the 13th.
And where does that show in your report? Can you point that out for me?
I went to the school on January 15th at 1:15 and talked to Zaria Noble and got the attendance records.
So did you take into account that there was a change in these records and what you put in your report?
The copy of the record is right in front of you.
I'm asking you because there's 2 different stories being told in these records and what you wrote down in your report. I'm asking if that, if that was something you recognized and thought into while investigating.
Sure.
Okay. So how could you have wanted to charge my client Tori Clark with second-degree kidnapping only 14 days after Jerry Reese went missing when there was no body? What were your grounds on that?
Just, she was the suspect. Everything pointed to her.
What do you mean by everything?
And we can't say it without, if there's no body found, then we can't say it's murder.
But if there's no body found, how could you have even told that she was kidnapped and that Tori Clark was the one that did it?
Because she was already our person of interest.
What is
We've already
everything that led
established
you to believe that she was the
All
person?
the evidence that we had compiled.
What is the evidence?
Obviously, we didn't have enough evidence at that point to convict her, so we did not.
So can you explain what are some of those pieces that you collected in 14 days after she went missing that led you to believe that she was the sole suspect?
You have the report of everything I had.
But you made this report, so wouldn't you, and you've worked on this case for 16 years, so wouldn't you have
I
memory and
didn't work on
recollection
that
of
one
that?
case only for 16 years. I had hundreds of cases over 16 years.
But we're testifying about this case in question,
I
so
understand that, but you just said I worked on that case for 16 years.
Okay, that's respect. I'll take that.
Okay.
But before you coming into trial, you would have reviewed your records so you could have made an accurate testimony today. Is that correct?
I mean, that's a possibility.
Did you do that?
It's a possibility.
Is that a yes or no?
Sure.
And you can't tell me the evidence that you had that led you to try to charge my client with second-degree kidnapping 14 days after Jerry Reese was reported missing?
I'm sorry, would you repeat the question?
So if she reviewed this report and everything that's pertinent to this case, what is the evidence that you collected within 14 days that was grounds enough for you to present these charges to the DA? I would just like the jury to know where her this idea of this charge came from.
Just from the evidence we had found. I don't,
What
it
evidence?
was rejected, so
Okay. When did you collect the phone records that are included in this case?
on January 13th.
January 13th is when you collected them? Okay. I'd like to just show out in your,
Correction. I got them not on January 13th.
on
I'd
when?
like to make a correction to that statement, please.
Go ahead.
I got them on June, yeah, that's fine.
When did you collect these phone records?
I didn't collect them until 2015.
And how many years was that after this
But,
crime in
I
question
mean,
happened?
they were.
How many years was it afterwards?
All right, hold on, one more time.
Sorry, I'm
let her
sorry.
finish.
I apologize, Your Honor.
When did you collect them?
I didn't collect them until June of 2015.
And was there something else you wanted to add to that answer?
They're still relevant because they're from the phone company that can review them.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Sure.
I'm coming showing defendant's exhibit number 40. This is the phone record that's in question.
You need to show the defendant,
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Your Honor, may I go up there too? May I approach the witness with her?
Sure, we'll have a little party.
Is this an accurate representation of the records that you collected that day?
Yes.
Is there any certificate of authenticity, the name of the phone record? Where is all that? The name of the phone company?
Your Honor, this is acceptable because this is part of their package, and therefore they have to accept it as authentic.
I was just checking the stipulations. I think the stipulations cover this.
Yes, it does cover that, and they agree to the stipulations.
Okay.
That was evidence that was created as part of the mock trial package. So therefore, it cannot be questioned on authenticity.
Okay, that's all.
Ordinarily a good point, but let's move on.
Yeah, ordinarily an excellent point.
So you also stated that in your report, the detectives called Tory Clark at 7:01 the morning of, at 10:03 when Jerry Grease went missing. But there's no phone call on this record for that day. Can you explain that?
Well, can you restate that question?
It was said that the investigators contacted Tory Clark on January 13th at 7:10 p.m. Asking about Jerry's whereabouts. But there's no record of that phone call being made on this record. Can you explain that?
Well, then we must have called her home phone.
Okay. You also put in your report that she was with Ronan Keldon away from her home. So how do you explain that?
You're telling me the police called her.
Okay.
On January 13th, I was not assigned to this case yet.
Okay. Also, you stated that this call was made from Best Buy, the one in question when after Jerry Grease was gone missing. But the phone booth that was there at Best Buy is no longer there. So do you think it's possible that maybe the phone number could have been reallocated, changed?
Well, they can look up and tell me what the phone number was at the time. There's still, like, technology that can do that.
But your report says you received the most recent records, and that's how you were able to connect it to Best Buy.
Yeah, but you can still figure it out. What was the number at the time?
Objection, Your Honor. The number for the phone booth by Best Buy, that is still intact today.
Ronan Keldon's testimony says otherwise, but that's okay. Okay, so you said that despite her changing story, Tory Clark's changing story as to whether or not she saw Jerry Grease afterwards was the only reason that you made her your person of interest. Is this correct?
That's not maybe the only reason, but her story did flip-flop a couple times.
Okay,
In front of me several times and in front of her mother.
Were there anyone else that made any changes to their story? Was there any other witness that made changes to their story throughout the investigation?
Who are you asking about?
Anyone that you interviewed. Did anyone else, did you note any changes in the report of changes in stories? You would have reviewed through it.
Several people said different things.
Okay. I'd like for you to read on the transcript of, in your report, I'd like for you to read line 51, starting with Jalowski, all the way until the end of that paragraph, please.
Which line?
51, starting with Jalowski. And I know that witness is not here, however, we're not testifying on what she said. We're just having her read to see a change in her report.
Find it.
On page 27?
Yes, on page 27.
Jalowski then decided instead to call Reese later that night to tell her about the jacket. Jalowski provided Reese's jacket to this detective.
And now can you go to page 28 and read line 87, starting with you know and end with heart to heart.
You know, I just thought of something else. Yesterday, Jarrett called me right before I headed over to the school. She left her jacket behind, and I told her I would bring it to her. Then she said she would get it later, and she didn't have time to wait because Tori wanted to have a heart-to-heart.
Would that be a change in story?
I don't consider it a change. I consider she recollected.
So you don't think maybe that the same thing happened to Tori Clark?
I gave her several chances to say something, and she told me the same thing a couple different times.
When did you give her several chances?
When I talked to her at the school and then in front of her mother.
Okay, and she didn't say of any reasoning why she could have maybe been mistaken to the question?
The first time, but then the second or third time when she did the same thing.
But she said you only asked her twice. You said that.
At school and in front of her mother, she did the same thing.
Okay. Just one last question. After hearing Ronan Keldon mention Best Buy in his interview on May 24th, you included in your report June 15th, 2015, that you remember hearing about Best Buy from Tori Clark in 1999. Is that correct? Was there a reason that you just suddenly thought of this after hearing that from Ronan Keldon? Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
No, you're wrong.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You can come down. Call your next witness.
The state would like to call Special Agent Austin Moore to the stand, please.
Do you swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You can sit down.
You proceed.
Will you please state your name for the court?
Austin Blakemore.
What is it you do, Mr. Moore?
I'm a special agent for the North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation, assigned to the fire arson unit, but also work crime scene search as well.
Could you explain to us your educational background, please?
I graduated from Methodist University with a Bachelor's of Forensic Science. And I've also taken courses related to crime scene search, criminal profiling, forensic photography, and advanced crime scene reconstruction.
What kind of training did you have?
After graduating Methodist University, I attended basic law enforcement training at Pebble Tech Community College. From there, I went to the SBI Academy in Salemburg, North Carolina.
How long have you been working for the North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation?
15 years.
Can you estimate how many crime scenes you've been on?
Approximately 850.
Do you have any special certification that's pertinent to your position with this agency?
Yes, I have my certified fire investigator and also other crime scene search certifications through the state of North Carolina and international levels.
Does your role ever go beyond the crime scene?
It can, depending on interviews and testimony.
Your Honor, at this time I would like to tenure Special Agent Warren as an expert in the field of fire arson and crime scene search.
Fire,
Arson.
arson, and crime scene search.
What is the relevance of his fire arson specialist?
That's just something that he's an expert in, but the relevance is mainly with the crime scene search.
That would be his expertise.
So which is his expertise area?
Both.
Objection.
Does this thing have anything, this case have anything to do with a fire or an arson?
No, but that's just part of his expertise. We can take that out, we can just leave the crime scene search if that's what
So let's send the jury out. The jury's out. So counsel, what you're really trying to do is bolster your witness, right? All right. Bolstering's okay, except when it's improper. This is improper bolstering.
We'll allow it as long as it's under the crime scene.
search.
Okay. All right, bring the jury back in. Ladies and gentlemen, the court is going to allow this witness to testify as an expert in crime scene search.
Okay, Your Honor, may I have a first witness, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we're gonna use this map, but for this purpose, we're gonna pass out the small version. There you go. Mr. Warren, can you identify what this is to the jury, please?
Tell us what number it is.
Exhibit 7.
And let's don't show it to the jury yet.
Yes, this is a map of Pueblo where the crime scene took place.
Is it a true and accurate representation?
Yes,
Would it help your testimony in this case?
yes.
I'd like to offer this into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, I wouldn't object either.
Um,
It's admitted.
Would you let the witness come down and please point on this map to the jury for me?
The witness may come down to illustrate his testimony using the map.
Your Honor, may I approach the
Yeah,
witness?
you may reposition yourself. You're going to be doing the cross.
I want to move it so that the jury can kind of.
Yeah, let's get closer to the jury.
You can, I'm getting.
At this location, the jury found Reese's vehicle and where the crime scene was.
Hold on one second. Okay. Nick, you can go right down here to the end if you want to. Just don't talk to the jurors.
Can you please explain to the jury?
Well,
what this
okay,
is?
beyond the jurors. There you go. All right, you may proceed.
At this time, can you please explain to the jury where the crime scene was?
Yes, at this location in Fountain Creek is where the crime scene was where Reese's vehicle was located. Thanks.
They couldn't see it
Are
down.
y'all done?
They could not see
Can
it.
you please come and explain to the other half of the jury where the crime scene was?
At this location in Fountain Creek is where the vehicle and the crime scene was worked.
What exactly was your role on the crime scene on the day of May 23rd, 2015?
Documentation and taking notes of the actions of the other agents that were processing the scene.
Okay, how did you keep documentation?
I wrote it down on a log and then formally typed it.
May I approach the witness again now?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you identify Exhibit 8, please?
That is the log that I took notes and then formally typed documentation of the scene.
Is it a true and accurate portrayal?
Yes.
Has it been altered in any way since you've seen it last?
No.
Okay. Will it help your testimony?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer this into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Submitted without objection.
When you and your team got to the crime scene at approximately 11:07, what did you observe?
I observed a car that had appeared to be submerged in water.
All right, and you were requested to be there, correct?
Yes, we were requested by Detective Marlin from Pueblo Police Department.
What did you do during the time that Agent Waller was taking pictures and Agent Grant was collecting evidence?
I was taking notes of their actions while they were processing the scene.
Okay. And when did the medical examiner come on the crime scene?
Approximately 12:45
And for the record, how did you keep time?
on my watch.
Did the ME collect the body?
Yes,
When was the CSI search and processing complete?
approximately 1,500 hours.
And did this complete the requests and assignments that were given to the investigative team?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Your witness?
Special Agent Warren, did Detective Marlin specifically request you?
Yes, she did.
I'll let him.
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
That's his first question.
Well, isn't that not to me? Like, I thought that was like if I asked a question and then they repeated it.
They're allowed to do that.
Okay, never mind, sorry.
He's asking if Detective
No,
Marlin
I know what he's
specifically.
asking, but I asked him.
Objection is overruled.
I'm just trying.
Make yourselves at home.
Okay.
Not y'all.
Oh. Okay. We good?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh, and what did Detective Marlin ask you to find?
She requested SBI specifically for crime scene processing.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
That's it?
That's all.
I mean, I have more questions, but.
No, you're good, you're good.
Did she call time on you?
No.
It's your case. I'm not trying to try it for you.
Nothing.
Thank you, sir. You can come down.
Okay.
Call your next witness.
The state would like to call Agent Tanya Waller to the stand, please.
Do you swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated.
All right, I apologize if you say your name again. Okay, you may proceed.
Sheriff Benson, first agent for the FBI, correct?
Yes.
Please explain your educational background.
I hold a Bachelor of Science in Applied Forensic Science as well as Justice Studies from Methodist University. I also have a number of certifications from APHIS certification, basic crime scene certification, advanced crime scene certification, multiple other ones.
How long have you been doing this occupation?
I've actually only been with the SBI for a little over 3 years. I was with the Fayetteville Police Department for 2 years prior to that, and before that I was active duty military.
Do you have any other experiences?
Yes, actually in the realm of the military, I specialized in satellite communications, and one of my last jobs was specializing in space-based operations.
Your Honor, I would like to tenure Special Agent Tanya Waller as an expert in the field of CSI imaging.
You gotta tell me what that is first.
May you please explain to the
She's asking you to certify me for photography.
Photography.
Various types of imaging. So.
I've been a judge 27 years. I'm a dinosaur. You gotta use old time language for me. All right, any objection to this witness testifying as an expert in photography? No. All right, you may proceed.
What did you do during this investigation?
I was the crime scene photographer.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, ma'am. Okay. This is Vlogmas. Photographs. All right. Is this my copy?
Yes. Can you please explain to the jurors what that is?
These are photographs of the scene as we found it through the processing on the 23rd of May, 2015.
Have these pictures been tampered with in any way?
No.
Will this help you testify in court?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I please put that into evidence?
What are the numbers?
9 through 21.
9 through
Are they all the
22.
same crime scene?
They are.
9 through 21. Any objection?
No objection.
All right, they're admitted without objection.
Can you please explain to the jurors what your pictures are?
Yes. This first photograph was how when we arrived on scene, we only saw the top of the vehicle. This was after the vehicle was retrieved from the water.
Why don't you come down to the jury rail and show that? And maybe if you could kind of start about a third of the way down the box and then kind of walk to about 2/3 of the way down the box with each photograph.
May I also,
Yeah, you may move.
Okay, so this first photograph
And you may want to get up while your witness is testifying.
was what we saw when we arrived on scene. So the vehicle's submerged in Fountain Creek. This was a vehicle after recovery. The tow truck vehicle removed it and placed it on the banks outside of Fountain Creek so we can start our processing and determine our crime scene area.
For the record, tell us the number each time.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is Exhibit 10. Exhibit 11 is a briefcase we found in the back seat. Exhibit 12 is an altered image of the same briefcase when we started labeling. So our number one placard is there to make sure we can keep track of our evidence. This was actually after the removal of the briefcase into our processing area at the crime scene. Upon opening it, the briefcase held a notebook, which was apparently, the briefcase was apparently watertight because there was no water damage on this notebook. Exhibit 15, I apologize, that was Exhibit 14. This is a photograph of the back side of the notebook. Exhibit 16 was what appeared to be a journal entry from the notebook. Exhibit 17 was the processing of the trunk where we found the body. This is actually the, starting at the foot of the body, just showing the degradation of some of the bone and the clothing. Exhibit 18 is the top half of the body that we found in the trunk of the vehicle. Exhibit 19 is a close-up of the skull that was in the vehicle, in the trunk of the vehicle. Exhibit 20 is another image of the same skull, just from a different angle. After the ME arrived and removed the body, we found blue gloves, blue latex gloves underneath the body. This would be an altered photograph of them, and you'll see.
I'm sorry, what was the word you used?
Altered.
An altered.
Altered photograph. You'll see the ruler, which just helps determine size and our placard.
So you found prints on the scene, correct?
We did not find prints on scene.
Can you explain to me what a hyperspectral is and what it is used for?
Objection, she is here as an expert for photography, not on Latin print.
I didn't even understand the word she said. What was the word?
Can you explain to me what hyperspectral is and what is it used for?
All right, send the jury out. The jury's out. All right. What the heck is that?
It's a type of imaging, actually. It is photography.
Okay.
It's a type of photography.
Okay. Any voir dire of her?
What is the photography used for?
What do you mean?
Like, what is the photography like used for? What do you get from looking
What
at
is
photography?
a photography used for?
No, what is hyperspectral imaging used for? To find out.
Hyperspectral imaging can be used from anything from vegetation analysis to molecular identification.
What are you using it for in this case?
Molecular identification purposes
Of what?
of a possible fingerprint
Do you have
found on
any
scene.
experience in using fingerprints?
I did not use a fingerprint. I only imaged a
and
fingerprint.
Imaging fingerprints.
Yes.
And testifying about it.
It doesn't matter what type of imagery you use, a fingerprint is still a fingerprint.
All right.
I don't examine it.
So you just want to get from this witness that she took a picture
Picture.
of an alleged fingerprint? All right, objection's overruled. All right, bring the jury back in, Mr. French. All right, the jury's back in. We'll proceed. Objection's overruled. You may answer the question. If you don't remember it, she'll ask it again.
Can you explain to me what hyperspectral is and what is it used for?
Yes, hyperspectral is actually a imaging technique that uses 8 bands in the electromagnetic spectrum. The average person sees anywhere from 360 microns to 700 microns, which is our red, green, blue, so visual spectrum. Hyperspectral, I'm sorry, and it used, so basically our 3 bands. Hyperspectral uses anywhere from 122 bands to 244 bands. So, and it goes into, the 4 extra bands that it encompasses is near infrared, short wave infrared, mid wave infrared, and long wave infrared. It's actually used, has been used for many years for vegetation analysis, things such as soil sampling, mineral sampling. It is currently being used in other fields. Originally, it was so expensive, it was only used on satellites, so, which is why vegetation analysis it's been used for so long in that. The military also has been using hyperspectral imagery for over 30 years. The principle behind it is that at a molecular level, everything over 1100 microns emits its own signal, its own light source. And we all know that everything, the reason we see different colors is because of the reflectiveness, which is why at the red, green, blue bands, where it's reflecting light or not reflecting a certain color. Hyperspectral can actually see beyond our visible band and assign properties to it using known algorithms in a software program so that it allows us to see what the camera sees that our naked eye cannot see.
Can you explain in normal terms for the jury in case they didn't scientific stuff?
I apologize. This is something I know well, so sometimes it's hard. Basically, what I said towards the end is a little easier to explain. The red, green, blue aspect, what we see for visual light, is the only change for hyperspectral is that everything is still there, we just can't see it. With hyperspectral, it's just used to more readily or more easily separate, due to its pixel value, how much imagery it can take at different points that we don't see at, and assign values placed on that. So you're think of it more like a difference between 360p television that some of us grew up watching on a little, tiny 13-inch television, to these new 4K 1080p. There's so much more data in one pixel, and it's beyond and it can actually, the software can actually assign it to a value that we can see so that we can notice a difference between the two of them.
So you have to be certified in order to use this machine?
The machine that I use, yes.
Are you certified?
I am. I received my certification the week before it was delivered to the SBI.
Is that why they chose you to work with that machine?
They chose me to work with the hyperspectral imaging machine, due in large part to the fact that I have worked with hyperspectral imagery since 2006 with the military.
Did you find any evidence using the hyperspectral machine?
We did. When we received this machine, I used it to go through cold cases and open cases that were currently assigned to the SBI. In the process of doing that, we came to the vehicle that was recovered. In reference to this case, I imaged the interior and exterior of the vehicle using the hyperspectral imager, and we found what appeared to be a print on the exterior rear of the vehicle.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, ma'am. That's fine. Okay.
Can you please explain to the jurors what that picture is about?
Give me a
Of machine.
Are these 4 pictures? Fine.
Can you explain the 4 pictures to the jurors? What they are? She can't go down that, correct?
Well, I can, no, it's fine.
Tell us, go ahead.
The
You're doing
images
fine.
presented on here are the images that I took using the hyperspectral imager from the rear of the vehicle, well, that I found on the exterior rear of the vehicle.
And for the record, it's number 20.
Has the picture been altered in any way?
It does not appear to be so.
Will this help you testify in court?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I please put this in evidence?
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, submitted without objection.
May she please get down from the stand to show the witnesses and the jurors?
Yes.
Okay, what you're seeing here,
Your Honor, may I approach also?
Yes.
what you're seeing here is 4 images taken with the hyperspectral imager. The first one was actually the identification of the print. So A20, I think that's 22A, was the identification of the print using a red-orange lens. It's what actually presented first that there may be something embedded in or on top of the vehicle's paint surface. B is actually a panchromatic or black and white image of the same thing when hit with a green laser. And because hyperspectral works on a spatial and spectral range, typically the laser allows you to receive elevation data. So you're going to see the ridges and various things. So if you see the green and red box, there were actually 2 allegedly or supposedly 2 prints there. It was hard to determine what the separation was, so I labeled them. And then C actually shows the fingerprint separated from the print that was underneath it. And D shows what appears to be a partial palm print separated from the fingerprint.
All right. Hand me the phone. All right, for the record, it is 22. Thank you. All right, may proceed.
So can you please, Your Honor, could you please step down again from the stand?
I'm sorry?
Could you please step down again from the stand?
Sure.
Tom, can you please show the jurors the orientation of how the fingerprints were on the vehicle?
Yes, what appeared to be a partial palm print looks to have been pressed in this manner. This was the orientation it was found on the trunk.
Objection, there's no evidence supporting what she's stating to prove that it's false or not, besides the unclear pictures.
And you'll get a chance to cross-examine her about that. Overruled.
Okay.
The fingerprint that we found was actually, the orientation was in this direction at the rear of the vehicle. I don't know if can y'all see that from over there? I can move. So it was pressed.
What did you do with the fingerprint once it was found? What did you do with the fingerprint?
I actually took the images that I had collected and brought it to run through the IAFIS database.
Can you explain to the jurors what IAFIS is?
IAFIS is the Integrated Automated Fingerprint Identification System. It's the federal database. It currently houses over 72 million prints, varying from criminals to government employees to military.
Was there a match?
There was a match.
What did you do once you found the match?
I actually brought the image to one of the fingerprint examiners for human verification.
What did the prints match up to?
The print came up in IAFIS to Tory Clark.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Your witness.
Agent Waller, when was this hyperspectral imaging taken? What date?
The 11th of March of 2016.
And you stated that you got the certification for this equipment a week before this equipment arrived, correct?
For the specific equipment, yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the bench?
Sure.
I'm bringing up Defendants Exhibit 35 and 36, two different versions of Tanya Waller's curriculum vitae. And the date on the top is the date that I received these in my email.
Yeah, sure.
Ms. Waller, do these look as an accurate...
Agent.
Waller, excuse me. Are those an accurate depiction of your curriculum vitae, the two different versions of them? And do those dates look correct as when they were received?
They look like a printout of two separate curriculum vitaes with my name on it. There's no, I have no way of knowing if this is actually mine or not. If I had anything to do with it.
Is this the information that's correct to what you have certified against and everything? Your education, does that look correct? Nothing looks altered with?
This one is actually different from this one.
Correct.
Right.
And
Okay, 35 is different than 36.
Right.
All right.
So, I mean, they are altered from each other. This one, yeah.
But you did send me these, correct, through email?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So this one right here
Mhm.
was received on 3/15.
Correct.
Under your professional qualifications, why is the hyperspectral imaging certification that is listed on, there's three differences. Can I see this, please?
Yep.
Thank you. On the one that was received on 3/31/2016, yesterday.
Number?
Defendant's Exhibit number 36, excuse me. The original one that was received on March 15th, 2016 is Defendant's Exhibit 35. So this is the new copy that I received, and can you read those four highlighted additions that were made?
I can absolutely read the approved changes to my CV by Professor Vonnegut. The APHIS-IAPHIS operator certification, Introduction to the Science of Fingerprints, Basic Latent Fingerprint Comparison, and Hyperspectral Imaging certification.
And are those qualifications present on this copy of your curriculum?
They are not.
vitae?
Objection, Your Honor. On the end of the question, she's saying that it's not on the paper, but obviously it's updated because she received more experience within those days. That's why she sent it to you.
You're correct. I haven't gotten to my questions about why this is relevant, but I can do that now. So, Agent Waller, you sent this to me on 3/15, but you said that you received this certification a week before March 11th. Why was that certification not present on this curriculum vitae?
Because Professor Vonnegut had not yet finalized the approval for the introduction of the hyperspectral image into this mock trial.
But you would have had that. But you would have had that certification,
All right.
correct?
All right.
Yes.
Point, no point, point. Let's move on to,
Okay.
let's move on to another issue.
Okay. So how do you take the pictures with this hyperspectral imaging? Is it a lens? How does that work?
It's a lens. It's actually the same setup as a camera. The difference is that there's a refrigeration section and a more robust lens that allows for seeing the different bands in the spectrum,
And what is
electromagnetic spectrum.
Excuse me, what is a refrigerated section? What is that?
It means it's cooled, refrigerated.
cooled, okay.
Yes, that is one of the reasons that satellites were the first ones to bear these, because we all know it's very cold in space. So they don't actually have to refrigerate it. They have to heat it up at that point because it's so cold.
Okay, and so you took pictures with this lens of the entire car?
Yes.
With this technology, correct? Where are the other photos of that?
This is a mock trial. We did not take photos of the entire car with it. Due to limitations
Due to
of,
budget limitations, that's the issue of first.
But in the real world, as we like to say so much.
in the
it
real
would be.
world, the entire vehicle and all the photographs taken would have been submitted, and then of course the ones that were relevant would have been singled out.
Were there any other pieces of DNA evidence, forensics, fingerprints, excuse me, anything like that that you found with this hyperspectral imaging?
No.
And how do we know that?
What do you mean, how do you know it?
if there's no other photos to prove that there were no other fingerprints, anything else, how do we know that this was the lone fingerprint?
Okay, so are we playing like this is a real world?
Methodist
That's
University.
how-
Money, move on with your next.
Well, if we're talking about mock trial, the whole time we try to say things, you were the first ones to say, in a real case, in a real case, in a real case.
All right, when we do this case next year, she volunteers her car to go in the lake and have the picture.
Exactly, yes. And I will be more than happy to do that
Not a
and
nice
image
look when
the
it's played on
entire thing.
yourself, I guess.
Good point.
I'll move on.
Let's move on.
So I took a forensic photography class. So I'm a little familiar with the procedure and things.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't it correct that when you're taking the photos of a crime scene that your goal is to recreate this scene for anyone who wasn't there to see as if it was in that day?
Well, that is not actually the goal of photographing the crime scene. That would be an external bonus, I'll say. Reconstruction is not a necessity of crime scene photography. That is just something that you would like later on, if someone needed to reconstruct it, that everything would be of such a quality that it could be reconstructed accurately.
So what is the goal of forensic photography then?
The collection of photographic evidence.
To recreate the scene for cases like this when we're in court, correct?
We're not recreating a scene though.
Okay. So you took the photo of the journal that was found, correct?
Yes.
And do you know who they said this journal belonged to?
No.
No? Okay. Let the record show that it was that this journal did belong to Jerry Grease, and she had a journal entry that was written. Your Honor, may I approach the bench?
Sure.
Okay. I'm just bringing up the defendant's exhibit 4, 5, 6, and 8. Are these accurate representations of the photographs that you took of the journal?
Yes.
Okay. And did you look through the entire contents of the journal when you opened this briefcase?
I did not process. Special Agent Grant did that. All I did was take the photographs. So you'll have to ask Special
He
Agent.
did that, correct, though?
I was actually imaging the trunk when he opened the briefcase. I actually paused my photographing of the vehicle, the trunk of the vehicle, and the body to photograph that. So I was not actually standing right there. I did not have verification of what he did.
Do you know if there was any other writing on these pages as photographed in here?
I only photographed one page, so the only one I can attest to is the page I photographed.
And why was that you only photographed one page?
Because that was the page that I was told to photograph.
How do we know if there was any other writing on any of the other pages?
You'll have to ask Special Agent Grant.
Okay, we could do that. And this was found in a waterproof briefcase, correct?
It appears to be waterproof, as it was allegedly submerged for 16 years, and there was no water damage inside.
So if this journal were to be lost in evidence, like the gloves, which we will bring up later in the case, how would we know that this is the only page if there are no photographs of all of the other pages? How would we know that this is the only page that had writing on it if there were no pictures of the other pages?
Objection, Your
Yes.
Honor. Back to recreating the scene. We did not feel like it was necessary to recreate the whole entire notebook due to the fact that that was the only page in our packet from the journal.
Okay, sustained. Let's move on to something else.
Let the record show that this does have incriminating evidence against my client, which is why I'm questioning why there is no
You
other
really want the record to
photographs.
show that?
What? This alleged incriminating evidence against my client, alleged. Okay. No further questions.
Time for your big finish. Time for the big finish.
What was that?
Time for the big finish.
No further questions is my big finish.
Open it a little bit bigger. That's all right. Any questions there? All right, thank you very much. And scene break. Let's give her a hand. All right, back to fake reality. All right. Call your next witness.
The state would like to call Agent Seth Grant to the stand, please.
Is this your last witness?
No, there's one more after this, Your Honor.
All right.
And then we'll take a break.
All right.
Do you swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated.
All right, baby, proceed.
Seth O'Neill Grant.
And can you tell tell me your educational background?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Applied Forensic Science and a Bachelor's of Science in Justice Studies at Methodist University.
Now, can you please tell me something of the training you've gone through?
I attended BLET, Basic Law Enforcement Training, and also I attended the North Carolina State Bureau of Investigations Academy for Special Agents.
Now, have you had any specialized training?
Yes, I have. I have a certification by the IAI, the International Association of Identification, which is latent print certification. I've also taken classes with Searchie. Searchie is a forensics training and also a forensic production company. Those classes I've taken are basic latent print comparison, advanced latent print comparison, and advanced radiology.
Your Honor, I would like to tenure Special Agent Seth Grant as an expert in the field of fingerprint analysis and crime scene investigation.
Any objections? Okay. He will be permitted to testify as such.
What was your job at the crime scene on May 23rd?
My job at the crime scene was to collect and preserve evidence.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me what this is?
This is the evidence voucher used at the scene.
And has it appeared to be altered in any way?
No, ma'am.
And would it help your testimony today?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I would like to offer this Exhibit 24 into evidence.
What is it?
Evidence voucher.
Objection.
No objection.
It's mid without objection.
Can you tell me what your job at the crime scene was?
I said was to collect and to preserve the evidence at the scene.
And now what was found at the crime scene?
We found a silver case, a black spiral notebook, and 2 latex gloves. Also from the ME we collected were the clothes from the deceased, and we also collected the car as well.
And what was the process of doing all this?
I'm sorry, what?
What was the process of doing all this?
First off, my team and I were in certain gear. For instance, we were in our PVEs, our protection equipment, and also we wore latex gloves. This was to ensure that none of our DNA or none of us being there would contaminate the scene. And also while there, we set up roughly a 30-meter perimeter around the car. No one was allowed in except for my team.
And in the evidence log, it says that you found a journal. Now, was there any other writings on these pages?
No, ma'am, there was only 1 page written in the journal.
And it also was stated in Agent Waller's testimony that they found a fingerprint and it was sent to you for fingerprint analysis. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, may I approach the witness, please?
Yes, sir.
They're 25 and 26. Would you like to do that?
Yeah, that's right.
Now, can you please tell me what these are?
One in your left hand is the prints that were in the system and the print that was in the car, and the one in your right hand is the one I used to examine.
Now, have these appeared to be changed and altered in any way?
No, ma'am.
Would these help your testimony today?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, can the witness step off the stand to explain to the jury how he went about his process?
First, I received this print from Agent Waller, and from there, I did my examination. Now first, what I'm looking for in an examination, I'm looking at the ridge detail, the minutia, the small details, a certain type of fingerprint patterns, anything that would lend me to believe that this print is special. Now, the thing about fingerprints are, for instance, in Ms. Tanya's testimony, there's 72 million prints in the system. That means 72 million prints are different. Every fingerprint is different. The first thing I did was I would look at, first off, the pattern of the print. Now, there are three basic patterns. There are loops, arches, and whorls. For instance, this pattern is a double-pointed loop. You can see the loop here, the double points there and there. Now, once I figured out the pattern, I looked at the ridge detail. Now, when looking at ridge detail, there's a few things you can look for. There's two things specifically. I'm scratching it, great, sorry. You have a ridge ending, obtruding bifurcation, and bifurcation. Now, what bifurcation and obtruding bifurcation are? First off, let's start with obtruding bifurcation. Think about an X. That's when two ridges come together to make an X. Now, in just regular bifurcation, let's think of a Y. For instance, you can actually see the example of an obtruding bifurcation, which is very unique right here from point 19. One ridge across, another ridge across. Also look at ridge endings. Now, what a ridge ending is pretty much where your friction ridge on your thumb or finger ends. You can see that is prevalent with number 2, point 2. Now, the state usually allows 10 to 12 points of comparison to give roughly a 75 to 80% chance that this person wasn't seen. In this case, I did 20 points. 20 points of comparison. I've come up with a match from this print right here that was in the system. Looking at the ridge detail and the minutia, the small detail on the point, and my comparison, I've concluded that this print belongs to Tory Clark.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness again?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you please explain to me what this is?
This is my report on my findings of the fingerprint.
And does it appear to be altered or changed in any way?
No, ma'am.
And would it help your testimony today?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, Your Honor, I would like to offer Plaintiff's Exhibit 27 into evidence.
Denied.
Okay, I'm sorry. Can you just re-explain what it is?
This is just my writing on...
Allowed.
The only question I have for this is, based on this report, can you say with certainty that the two fingerprints, well, the single fingerprint, is that in fact of Tory Clark?
My 20 points of comparison, and let me stress again that our SBI usually goes 10 to 12. I went above the minimum average, roughly the maximum, and I, from the after evaluation, the minute and the ridge detail, minutia of the ridge detail, from this print, I conclude that this print belongs to Tory Clark.
No further questions.
All right.
When Agent Tanya Wallace was up here earlier, she claimed that there was a palm print found on the vehicle as well. Did you have any idea of who that was?
Objection. He never got the palm print. He just got the fingerprint.
Overall.
Why?
Well, he needs to answer, not her.
You're asking why I didn't receive the palm print?
Yeah.
Agent Waller told me that there was not enough ridge detail to receive an actual ID.
So technically you only found one fingerprint of Tory Clark's on the vehicle, correct?
I found one fingerprint and a palm print.
Is a palm print Tory Clark's or no?
There was not enough detail there to do an analysis.
So it's not her fingerprint.
No, the palm print,
The palm
we
print.
don't know. The fingerprint is hers.
So there's only one fingerprint that is Tori Clark's found in the vehicle, correct?
Found one fingerprint.
Okay. How likely is it that one fingerprint was left behind on a vehicle?
Well, judging on the fact that the thing was in water for God knows how long, you could say it's highly unlikely, but still, there's a print.
How likely is it that after 16 years being submerged in water, that a perfectly rolled fingerprint, almost exactly like the one you got on their records, is to be found in the car?
We have to give credit to this new technology. It's actually worth it, to be honest.
Okay. Did you ever check the notebook for prints?
Yes, I did.
Did you find any?
Negative. Nothing on there.
But it was a waterproof briefcase, so how did you not find any? Did you find any DNA evidence?
No evidence on the notebook.
Okay. Was there a handwriting analysis ever done on the book?
No, ma'am, I was told in a report that we received that it was the deceased notebook.
Do you have any evidence that it's her notebook?
Yeah, in the case file that we received in the class.
What backs that up?
Ms.
Objection, Your Honor,
Vonnegut.
this was
Ms. Vonnegut backs that up.
Yeah, I was about to
All
say.
right, let's move on to something else.
Where are the gloves? Are they found in the back
Gloves
seat?
were actually sent off to a third party to do further analysis. For instance, there are certain things you can pull off from those gloves, as far as DNA or fingerprints, mainly for fingerprints, but when my team sent them off to a third-party lab for further investigation, we received word from the U.S. Postal Service and the government that they were lost.
Okay. Where's the record of you sending them off?
I am not sure.
Okay. Do you often lose evidence?
SBI does not lose evidence. Not often does the SBI lose evidence. This was the post office that lost the evidence.
How do we know?
My team and I came to the conclusion.
Okay. Is there any proof?
No proof.
When did you receive your International Association of Identification certificate?
Roughly about 5 years ago.
Okay, so you'd say about 2011?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. No further questions?
All right, anything else? All right, come down. Did you have another witness?
Yes.
One last one. All right, we're going to take a break in just a minute, ladies and gentlemen. Call your witness.
The state would like to call Ronan Keldon to the stand.
Oh, I want to swear him in.
Okay.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony that you will give to this jury will be false, completely made up and fictional? Absolutely. Have a seat. All right, may proceed.
Can you state your name for the court, please?
My name is Ronan Keldon.
And how old are you?
I'm 33 years old.
And how old would you have been in 1999?
17.
Now, what is your current job?
Currently, I'm a successful businessman in Colorado. I own a string of retail stores operating in the cannabis industry.
What exactly is that?
It's a, well, it has multiple purposes, some recreational, some medicinal, but in the great state of Colorado, you can do either.
Oh, you sell pot?
Some would say that.
I got you, I got you.
I also sell other novelty items.
Novelty items?
Can you please tell me what your job would have been in high school?
Well, I didn't really have a job per se. I dabbled in entrepreneurship in the cannabis industry.
Now, did you know Tori Clark?
Yeah, she She was one of my customers.
How well do you know your Clark?
Unfortunately, a little too well, more well than I would like to.
Now, when you spoke with the detective, you requested full immunity, is that correct?
I demanded full immunity.
Now, take me back to the day of January 13th, 1999, and can you please explain to me what happened?
Well, I woke up that morning and honestly, I really did not feel like going to school at all. So I was sick, claimed to be sick, and I was just watching my usual morning TV shows, and I was about to eat a bowl of cereal when Tori Clark showed up at my house.
And what happened?
Well, she gave me her phone and her keys and told me she had a project to do and that she was going to kill Jarek Reese after school today.
And what did you do
Today
next?
being January 13th, 1999. Well, after that, I mean, to be fully truthful with you, I did smoke a little that morning. Not a whole lot, just enough to relax me. So I was kind of mellowed out. I was just like, whatever, dude, okay. And it was 1999. I never had a cell phone before. And this had this little game on it where you could make this block a ball from going into another block, and that was really fun to play with. So of course I took the phone. But after that, I realized what a business opportunity this was, being the entrepreneur that I am. So I used her car and her phone to do some of my business doings throughout the day.
And did Miss Clark call you?
Yes, a little after 2 o'clock, she told me to come meet her at the Best Buy and that the job was done.
And did you go to meet her?
Yes, I did.
And what happened when you got to the Best Buy?
When I got to the Best Buy, I noticed Tori standing near the payphone, and I pulled up beside her. I noticed that she had Jarek Reese's car there at the time, which I thought was strange.
And what did she ask you to do next?
She asked me to help her hide the car and get rid of it, and that she had just killed Jarek Reese.
And now, was there anything suspicious about Jarek's car?
The fact that I heard a muffled scream or kind of like a dull noise coming from the trunk was kind of disturbing. But like I said, I had smoked that morning and I was really mellow. So at this point I was like, whatever. I didn't really know if she had killed her, but I also didn't really want to piss her off if she did.
Now, can you please explain to me why you did not want to piss her off?
Well, at that point, being mellow still, I realized that this might be a situation I didn't want to be part of. And when I told Tori that, she told me that I was already an accomplice and that if I didn't help her, she was going to report my entrepreneurial side business to the police.
And now, why was this such a big deal?
Well, you see, my parents died when I was young, and the only income that my family had was my little side business. And my grandmother, being the one who took care of me, was sick at this time, and if I didn't provide for her, I had no one.
And now, when you saw Tori at the Best Buy, where did she ask you to go?
She didn't tell me a specific location. She told me to drive around and follow her while she drove Jarek's car. We ended up driving around town for a good 45 minutes before we ended up at Fountain Creek.
And what happened at Fountain Creek?
At Fountain Creek, we pulled in and we went down. The best way to describe it would be like a path or a side road. It was mainly a dirt little area. And we ended up near a sandbar. At that point, I got out and she told me we were going to push Jarek's car into the creek.
And what did you do next?
At this point, I was kind of scared. I wasn't really sure what to do. All I knew was that I didn't want to die or go to jail. And if what she was saying was true and that Jarek's body was stuffed in the trunk, I didn't want to be next. So I stood by while Tori went to Jarek's car, rolled down the windows, and then I helped her push it into the creek.
And then, did you go back to your house with her?
She got in her car and drove me back to my house, and before I left to go back into my home, she told me that if I ever uttered
All right, who is this telling you?
This is Tori.
All right, send the jury out. Jury's out. Your objection is hearsay?
He can't testify on what she said.
Why can't he testify about what she said?
Directly to him,
Because she said it directly?
How do we know?
That's wrong. Why? Why can't he testify about what she said? But she's not testifying? That's wrong.
She is testifying.
Because she's the defendant. Overruled. All right, bring the jury back in. Jury's back in. You may continue.
Would you mind restating that question?
After you left
After we began to leave Fountain Creek.
That
we
wasn't the
dro-
question. Go back to the,
What did Tori say?
I overruled the objection. He can answer that.
What did Tori say to you after?
Tori told me if I ever uttered a word of what she had done, she would turn me in and try to pin it all on me.
And all of this was based around your grandmother that you had to provide for, correct?
Yes. and the
Objection,
fa-
emotional answer has no relevance to the case.
I can't help that your client did have an emotional impact on me.
Overruled! Testify, brother, testify. I'm sorry, I got emotional there.
Would you please restate that question?
You said that all of this was centered around you had to make sure that you kept your grandmother safe, correct?
Yes, she was the only one that had ever been there for me for as long as I can remember. And I was 17. I'm not proud of the fact that I stood by and did nothing and essentially helped get rid of this act committed by Tori. But at the same time, it was the person I loved most who was on the line, and I would do it again.
No further questions?
Mr. Cullen, how often can you say that you smoke pot? when
I'm
you're
sorry, I
17?
didn't catch your name earlier.
I'm Jessica Bell. I'm
Hi,
representing.
I'm Ronan. Could you say that again, please?
How often could you say you smoked pot back in high school?
Back in high school. If I'd had a stressful day, I would smoke some. I didn't really keep a log of how much I smoked, but you know, sometimes if I was going out to a party, I'd hit the blunt before. If it was after the party, I'd hit the blunt 1 or 2 times. If I had a stressful test, I would try not to, but after the test, absolutely. I know when I got home after helping your client hide that body, I smoked like a good little bit because I was real stressed.
How is it that you're able to remember so vividly 16 years ago?
Well, it's like having a traumatic event or a very happy event. When your child's born, you still remember that 20, 30 years down the line until the day you die. If someone close to you dies, you remember that for the rest of your life. I was high at the time I helped your client get rid of her body, but when I realized what was happening, it was like I stuck my head in a cold bath of ice water. It was like whatever high I had melted away. I could remember everything.
And you said earlier that Tori threatened you with something. Can you repeat that?
Yes, I said that I testified today that Tori told me that if I went to the police and told anyone about what she had done, that she would turn me in.
Wouldn't you have felt the need to include that in your affidavit?
I'm sorry?
Wouldn't you have felt the need to include that in your affidavit?
Wouldn't
that
I
she
have
threatened you?
felt the need to include that? No, I felt the need to testify about it instead.
Your Honor, may I approach a witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me what this document is?
Yeah, you show it, Dan.
Oh. Can you tell me what this document is?
Then to me. Okay.
Can you tell me what this document is?
I'm going to see it first. This says the affidavit of Ronan Keldon hyphen prosecution witness.
Does all the information on this affidavit look correct to you?
I'm going to have to take some time to read it if you want me to know if all of it's correct.
Go ahead.
All right, we're gonna take a bathroom break while he did that. All right, now he's done that. 15 minutes later, we come back.
It appears to be, except I didn't make these markings on the 3rd page.
Those are highlighted
And there's
portions that
also
I'm-
some scribble.
Okay, those are highlighted portions. I'm gonna have to have you read off during some questions later.
Oh, okay. There's some more on the 2nd page, too.
Yes, those are also highlighted sections. I'm gonna have you read off.
Okay.
I would like to enter State's Exhibit 27.
This is the defendant's exhibit, not the state's
Defendant's
exhibit.
Exhibit 27. Into evidence and publish it to the jury.
You may do so.
Give us a preview. Can you read the highlighted section A on page 19, lines 67 through 70 of your affidavit, starting with "I think I heard"?
Anyway, Tori said, I killed Jarek. Oh, you didn't want me to start there. I think I heard pounding and low screams coming from the trunk. I was all, whoa, man, that's sick. Tori was driving Jarek's Honda and wanted me to follow in Tori's car to dump the Honda.
Okay, did you ever think of opening the trunk to see if Miss Reese was alive?
Could you say that one more time?
Did you ever think of trying to open the trunk to see if Miss Reese was still alive?
Of course I thought about it, but then the fear of actually seeing Jarek's dead body lying there told me not to. I didn't want to be in that trunk with her.
When Tori pulled up, you guys were at Best Buy, correct?
I pulled up.
Yeah, when you pulled up, Tori was at Best Buy, correct?
Yes, I pulled up to the Best Buy and Tori was there.
So you were in a public area?
The Best Buy is a store where anyone can go in, so
Okay.
I guess you could say that.
So Tori could have possibly hurt you and other people would have seen it, correctly? Correct?
Tori could have possibly hurt me.
If Tori were to hurt you, other people would have seen it, correct?
I mean, I guess I don't recall people being in the parking lot looking specifically at us, but I wasn't taking that risk.
Okay. Did you ever feel guilty about helping Tori hide the body?
Like I told you guys earlier, this was one of the most traumatic events in my entire life. Looking back, I wouldn't have done it differently because of the love that I had for my grandmother. But I can tell you after this, shortly after I graduated high school, my grandmother died. I couldn't be in that same town with Tori.
Objection, relevance to grandma's death.
I'm just trying to answer the question.
Overrule. You got him on a roll. Let him go.
After I graduated high school and my grandmother died, there was nothing binding me to this town anymore. Why would I stay there and live with the fact that I helped do this? So I moved to Colorado. So yes, it bothered me so much that I flew across the country just to get away from it.
If it bothered you so much, why at the time did you not try to save Jarek Reese?
Because Tori had told me she was already dead.
But you heard screams, correct?
I did.
Why did you not try to help her?
Why would I piss off the killer? Why would I want to be next? Why would I put myself in that situation?
Why would you let a young innocent girl die
I didn't
when
kill
you
her.
had a chance to help her?
Why would I let her die? I didn't do anything to her. I never killed her. Your client is the one that put her in the trunk, that helped push the car into the creek where she drowned.
So you didn't help her out at all when you heard her pounding and screaming from the trunk?
I couldn't.
Why not?
Because if I had, that would have meant signing my grandmother's fate along with my own.
How?
Tori was going to turn us in, and if I went to jail, that means no money would have been given to my grandmother, who at the time had to afford her medical treatments.
So the money that you were obtaining illegally was more important than this girl's life?
Well, it wasn't more important. But like I said, when the person you love most is on the line, it's a difficult decision to make.
Can you tell me about the situation between you, Tori Clark, and the stolen watch?
It was a stolen watch that I gave to Tori. Like I said, I made some poor choices when I was 17.
Okay. Are you still... Well, can you give us a little bit more detail about the situation?
It was a fossil watch. Wasn't that nice? Gunmetal chain, kind of dusty.
Can you read off in your affidavit lines 190 and 197?
I don't have a line 190.
Oh,
Line
my bad.
affidavit
That's wrong
stops at
one.
line 120.
That's annoying. You claimed that there was a person that you saw, that you knew of, that could have possibly killed Jerry Grease when you were interviewed by Detective J.D. Martin. Who was that?
Which interview was this and when was this taken? I don't have
The
what you're
original
looking at.
interview with J.D. Marlin. You stated that there was somebody
16
else.
something years ago?
Yes.
Can I see that, please?
Your Honor, may I approach witness?
Yeah.
This is state plaintiff's exhibit 1.
I'm not familiar with this document.
Okay. But it was your interview.
It might be. I never saw the transcript of it.
but you claimed that there was a person of interest that you thought could have been a person of interest before you claimed Tory Clark. Was it?
I have no idea what you just said.
In Detective J.D. Marlin's...
I can't really testify as to what she said.
You said in her interview, "I barely know Jerick. Listen, you know who should have been investigating that coffee creep Sojo. Sojo something Alski. Sojo's a creepy little stalker obsessed with Jerick."
Sojo's not here. I don't want to speak poorly of her. That would be in bad taste.
You already have in your interview.
I don't recall that interview.
What line? Can you tell me what line this is?
Lines 116 through 122.
In the interview or the police report?
Both police report. So, what made you change your story?
I didn't change my story.
But this was in the police report that you said this.
Just for my own clarification, what was the date on that report that you're referencing?
January 13th, 1999. Well,
So in 1999, when this crime occurred, I was still living under fear that Tory was going to turn me in and eventually kill my grandmother or me. So of course I would have said anything to get out of that situation.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yeah. You need to quickly follow up with this witness.
One more question.
Big finish.
Objection. Can we see it?
No, you won't have time. Come on, come on. Go ahead and show it to her. She knows what you have. Go ahead.
Can you tell me what this document is?
That claims to be the transcript of interview with Ronan Keldon.
Okay. Is all this information correct?
Well, I'm not familiar with this document. I've never seen it before.
Go ahead and get to your question.
Okay. Can you read to me document, line 97?
Line 97. So this document on line 97, 98 has my name typed, and it has a colon. And it says, "I told you I'm not saying anything more. If Tory Clark is going to try to stab me in the back, then I'm willing to stab first. But you gotta do, wow. But you gotta do what you gotta do to get me that deal." I'm assuming the deal is referencing my immunity, and it's also referencing the fact that Tory Clark was about to try to pin her murder on me. So at that point, I had moved away. I'm done with this. It's time to tell the truth, and that's what I'm here to do today, tell you the truth about what happened.
How do you know that Tory Clark was going to pin the murder on you?
It's Tory Clark.
Did she ever
Of course
tell you?
she's going to. I'm
Did she ever
sorry.
tell you?
I can't hear you.
Did she ever tell you that she was going to pin the murder on you?
She threatened it
When?
back when it happened.
So you never felt the need to mention that in your affidavit either?
I said I was too
Objection,
scared.
Your Honor. In the affidavit, it does state that there is blackmail going on.
Overruled.
Okay. Nothing further.
All right, thanks, so you can come down. All right, 10 minutes.
About a 5-minute break?
We only have 3 witnesses
Do we,
after this.
can I get the chance to publish
No.
all of it? We haven't talked to the jury.
It's going to go to the jury.
We're running long. All right, we're going to take a 10-minute recess. Thank you so much for coming to the paper. Thanks.
Can I take this as a precedent for action?
Court's back in session.
Court is now back in session.
All right, got all the jurors back? What says the defense?
The defense would like to call Jess Howard to the stand.
All right, come on up.
Do you swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You may be seated.
State your name for the record, please.
Jess Howard.
Ms. Howard, can you tell me what happened on May 23rd, 2015?
I went on a nature walk, one of my normal nature walks every week, and I had a stressful day, so I walked further than normal. I got into an opening by Fountain Creek, and I noticed something shiny in the water, so I got closer and realized it was the hood of a car. and I kind of realized that the car shouldn't be in water. So I decided I was going to walk back, and on the way back I kind of remembered this case and everything about a girl's car going missing and everything, and so when I got home I figured I should call 911.
And do you remember what that case and who that girl was?
Like this case, the case of Jared Reese.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, sir. Wow, that almost looks real.
Ms. Howard, this is Appendix Exhibit 21. Can you please explain to me what this is?
When I walked up on Fountain Creek and saw the car, it's a picture of what I saw.
And this is an accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
Ms. Howard, how do you remember a case of Jared Reese from 16 years ago?
My daughter played on the tennis team with her, and honestly, in a small town like this, when a girl your daughter's age goes missing, it's not something you want to forget.
Can you tell me about your relationship with Norman Kelly?
I wouldn't really say we had a relationship. He was kind of a dick, but he sold really good weed, so he was my drug dealer.
And can you expand further on that, please?
We would occasionally smoke weed together, but like when he'd tell stories to me and stuff, he kind of just, when I was high, they didn't make sense. They were so off the wall. He always made himself out to be a hero. So I just figured he wasn't really trustworthy, so I never really made a friend out of him.
And did any of these stories make sense when you were sober?
Not at all.
Can you give me an example of a story that was untrustworthy?
Honestly, no, because he told so many.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
But he continued to make himself out to be a hero, so I just really never believed him.
In your affidavit, you claim to have seen someone down by Fountain Creek. Was that Tori Clark by any chance?
No, it was actually Sojo Jalowski. She was down there doing research for a book she was writing, some murder mystery book. We talked a couple times, but I saw her almost every time I was taking one of my nature walks.
And did she ever tell you, did Mr. Lasky ever tell you what was in this murder mystery?
Objection,
No.
Your Honor. Hearsay.
This sounds interesting. Let him go ahead.
No, she never told me what it was about. It was just that it was a murder mystery. But later on, I did read the book when it came out, and it was pretty similar to everything going on now, so it was kind of crazy, to the point where I was even a character in the book.
And how similar to this case was Mr. Lasky's book?
It was scary similar, like almost to the point.
And what were some examples of that?
Just like the latex gloves and everything, the color of them and all that, just, it was the same.
And did this book by Mr. Lasky come out before you discovered Jared Reese's car?
Objection, Your Honor. What is the relevance of this?
I don't know. What's the relevance?
The relevance is to rather prove that Mr. Lasky's book may have come out before the discovery of Jared Reese's car.
What does that have anything to do with Jess Howard?
Because Jess Howard is in the book, she read it, and she probably read it before the discovery of that car.
Relevance is to say that there's another possible person of interest that was not brought up in the case.
And that possible person of interest was not able to be here today as a prosecution witness.
Okay. Overruled. Go ahead. You may proceed.
What was your question?
And when did that book by Mr. Lasky come out?
Long before I found the car.
Long before you found the car. Yeah, nothing further.
You cross.
Yeah. So your daughter and Jared Reese became friends?
Yes.
And your daughter became captain after Jared died, correct? Yes. But, they didn't get along, Reese and your daughter?
Objection, hearsay.
Overrule.
My daughter and her never had a bad relationship.
But, hold on,
Objection, what is the relevance to this? The relevance to this with her relationship with her daughter and Jerry?
It says different in her affidavit.
Well, her daughter's not a person of interest, and neither is
But her daughter
herself.
claims to have known Jack Reese, and that's how she knew Jack.
All right, don't talk to each other, talk to me.
It's talking about her credibility.
Do you have a question or objection?
No.
All right, you may proceed.
Okay. May I approach the witness?
Mhm. It's not marked, but that's fine. States 23, I think we're up to.
Can you please read line 27 to about 30?
I'm gonna start in the middle of the sentence, or
I need that cheerleader voice again.
Can you start in line 27 to 30?
you want me to start in the middle of the sentence or when the sentence
Yes, go
starts?
ahead. Where the sentence starts.
Ivy was always a better player than Jarek, but Jarek was older, she was captain, and liked to boss my sweet little girl around.
Okay. I said to 30 when she became captain.
It was infuriating as a parent to see. When Jarek went missing, Ivy had to step up and be captain in her place.
Okay, thank you. So, no, that you didn't know who Jared was, right?
No, I did not say that.
And may I put his name on it?
Sure.
You need to. Okay. So line. Let me see. Can you read line 20 right here?
Cheerleader voice.
Can you read line 20, please?
I didn't know the victim at all. I had just heard about her because my daughter was around her age.
But you recognized her card from 16 years ago, right?
She was on the same tennis team as my daughter, so I didn't know her personally, but I saw her when I went to my daughter's tennis matches. I knew who she was, but I did not know her.
So how did you know about the gloves? And it was
From reading
from
Soja Jaloski's book.
Okay. And you also asked if it made sense about Roman's story, but you were never sober. You were always high. But you said that his stories didn't make any sense.
I was asked even when I was sober if they made sense, and I said no.
How about your nature walks? You walked 7 miles away from your house approximately to the creek.
Yeah.
In the cold. In Colorado. In January. In 16 Creek.
We're in North Carolina.
Yeah, and plus, she discovered the car in May, which is a warm month.
And it was stipulated that this case took place in North Carolina.
So we need to move on.
We need to move on. I think there are no further questions of this witness.
Okay. Thank you very much. Call your next witness.
Next one, please.
Okay, the defense would like to call Corey Clark to the stand.
Okay.
Do you swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. You may be seated.
Will you please state your name for the record?
Tori Clark.
Ms. Clark, can you tell me what happened on January 13th, 1999?
Yeah, it was a pretty normal day until I received a call from Jerique's mom asking if I had seen her that day, and I wasn't at tennis practice, so I wasn't sure if she made it there.
So if you weren't at tennis practice, what were you doing?
I went to the Pueblo Mall with Ronan Keldon to get a mutual gift for a friend. Once we got there, he didn't know where he wanted to start, so I took a walk along Fountain Creek. It was a pretty nature walk, and I realized I had left my cell phone in the car. I just wasn't used to carrying it around. And I went to Walmart because I was relatively close to where I was to use a cell phone to call Ronan to come get me. When he came and got me, we went to go smoke some weed. I don't know if the weed was laced with something, it just wasn't sitting well with me. So we went to Ronan's friend's house and to sober up, and then that's when the detective had called me asking about Jerique's whereabouts.
Okay. Before I go into the details of what you just told me, I'd like to learn a little bit more about your relationship with Jerique Reese. Can you elaborate a little bit more on your friendship with her?
Yeah, Jerique and I have been best friends since grade school. She lived right down the street from me until high school. And that's when we started hanging out with different people, but we still remained close and never really lost touch. And then we were also on the tennis team together.
So did you and Jerique hang out often?
Yes.
Even when you got to high school?
Yes. We started hanging out with different groups of friends, but we never lost touch. I would go and hang out with her while she worked at Starbucks sometimes, and we would still talk frequently.
Okay. Did you and Jerique ever get in any fights?
Yeah, of course we did. We were like sisters. We probably fought about dumb high school stuff, boys or something, but nothing to ever ruin our friendship.
So even in high school, you would still have considered Jerique Reese your best friend?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if Jerique Reese had any daily habits, something that she just had in her daily routine?
Yeah, she journaled almost every day.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm bringing up defense exhibit number 6 and number 8. These are pictures of the journal that was found in the trunk of Jerique Reese's car. These look familiar at all to you?
No.
Your Honor, may I enter this into evidence and publish it to the jury?
Sure.
These are the photos.
Where'd they go?
So, is that okay that I left? Okay. So back to what you said. After school, you said you left with Ronan Keldon. What was your relationship with Ronan?
I guess you could say we were friends. I bought weed from him pretty frequently, and we would smoke together, but he was kind of weird.
Why do you say that?
He had hallucinations and exaggerated almost everything he said.
Can you expand a little bit further?
One time we were at a party, a group of us were smoking, and Ronan told us this crazy story about how he went hiking one time and how he got attacked by a bear. But Rowan's not adventurous at all. He's not athletic. He's a typical pothead, just goes to school sometimes, smokes, and goes home.
And why would you say that he's a typical pothead?
He's known as the town pothead.
Why?
You're known as the town killer.
All right, everybody in the courtroom, I understand this is an emotional trial for both sides. I'm going to have to ask that all of you respect the court process. Any more outbursts will result in the bailiff taking you over to the jail, and I'll probably forget about you until Monday morning.
Did you and Ronan Keldon ever hang out outside of smoking weed together?
No.
And the day in question, why were you guys together then?
We were going to buy a gift for a mutual friend, Stephanie.
And then were you going to do anything afterwards?
Yeah, smoke weed.
Okay. So why is it in the transcript of your original interview with Detective Marlin you didn't mention going and smoking weed or any of these things in that interview?
Well, my mom was in the interview and she freaked out about me missing tennis practice, so there was no way I was about to tell her I hung out with a drug dealer and smoked weed. And now I can talk about what actually happened that day without a fear of punishment.
Okay. To the best of your memory, can you tell me if you attended classes on the day of January 13th, 1999?
That was 16 years ago, so I can't say for sure, but I know our coach was very strict about us attending classes because that's who determined who participated in the matches, so I can assume I did.
Okay. And was the phone call that you received from investigators the day Jerique went missing the last time you heard from them?
No, Detective Marlin questioned me in the dean's office, and then she asked me and my mom to come down for an interview the next day at the station, but it wasn't really like an interview.
Why would you say that?
She told my mom I was an official person of interest, and she kept questioning Jerique and I's friendship, accusing me of committing this crime. She basically had it already pinned on me and didn't even want to hear my side of things.
Did she tell your mom that you were an official person of interest before the interview?
No.
And when did she tell you that?
Almost at the end of the interview.
And was it brought up on her own accord, or
No, my mother asked.
Okay. So you said that it wasn't a good interview. Can you elaborate a little bit more on that?
It was just like an interrogation. It wasn't just asking me about questions or about Jerick and I's friendship. It was accusing me of lying about our friendship and just trying to pin this whole thing on me.
Okay. So what happened after that interview?
I went and got a lawyer, my mom and I did, and we met with the lawyer and Dr. Rostello to talk about the case, and nothing really came about it because I didn't do anything wrong. And then this is the first time we're hearing about it, May of 2015 when I was arrested.
What was your relationship with Sojo Jalowski?
I knew of her. Sojo was Jerick's manager at Starbucks, and I would go hang out with Jerick while she was working sometimes, but I always thought their friendship was weird.
Why would you say that?
Sojo was a lot older than Jerick, and she just influenced Jerick in a bad way. Jerick started changing for the worse whenever they started hanging out.
What do you mean she started changing for the worse?
She started missing tennis practices and missing class more and just going down a really bad path.
Can you expand a little bit further?
Well, I just wanted the best for her. She was like a sister to me, and it was really hard for me not to not have any control over whether or not she hung out with Sojo. But I knew her mom wouldn't approve of the age difference, and she just started acting very different, and the circumstances around their friendship was just weird.
Did you ever mention any of this to Jerick, your concerns at all?
Yeah, but she just kind of blew it off. We never really went into detail about it.
Okay. Were you bothered at all by this friendship?
Yeah, but only because I wanted the best for her. She was my best friend. Of course I don't want to see her going down this awful path, and me not being able to do anything about it really hurt me.
Were you jealous at all of their friendship?
No, I can see why people might think that, but we started hanging out with other friends. Of course you're going to have other friends. We never lost touch, though.
Okay. So let's talk about the present day when Jerick Reese's car was found. How did you become aware of this finding?
Detective Marlin called me, I guess, soon after the car was found and asked me to come in for an interview.
And how did that interview go?
It wasn't an interview. She read me my rights, and I asked if I needed to get a lawyer, and she blew up at me and said the interview was over. And then the next day I was arrested at work in front of my coworkers.
How did she blow up on you?
Well, I don't know why she blew up, but she freaked out, and I was only trying to get a lawyer to have protection for myself.
Okay. So how can you be sure that you were at Walmart and not Best Buy, as Detective Marlin and Ronan Keldon claimed that you were when you made the phone call?
Because Walmart was maybe a mile or two around where I was walking, and Best Buy was clearly on the other side of town. I know I was athletic back in high school, but I smoked weed and I was a lazy high school kid. So there's no way I would have walked a crazy amount of distance just to reach a phone.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing the defense exhibit number 30, the same map that was shown earlier by the prosecution. Tori, would you say that this is an accurate representation of what Pueblo looked like in 1999?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I enter this into evidence and publish it to the jury?
Sure.
This is the same map that was shown earlier. Tori, can you come down really quick to point some things out for me?
May I go up to the jury?
Does everyone have a clear view of this map in the jury box? Tori, can you please point out to me the mall where you and Ronan were shopping?
It's right here.
Now, can you point out the Walmart? And lastly, can you point out the Best Buy? Note the distance between these locations, as Tori Clark has pointed out. They are labeled on the map. One last question, Ms. Clark. Do you miss Jerick Reese?
Yes, every day. It's been really hard for me to lose my best friend of almost half my life, and then the worst thing is to get accused of murdering your best friend.
And how has that affected you in your present day?
It was a really rough time in my life, and it's still affecting me to this day. It was a very traumatic experience, and I've been very emotional because of it.
Thank you. No further questions.
Your witness.
Okay, Ms. Clark, you and Jerick were best friends, correct?
Yes.
But there was a falling out between you two, correct?
Yes.
So this must have been really tough on you, right?
I guess so.
Was it tough that she found a new best friend?
I wouldn't consider them best friends.
Okay. But it was tough on you that she found other people to hang out with?
No, because I had other friends of my own too.
But you did just state that it was really hard for you because you couldn't control who she hangs out with.
I said I couldn't control that she was going down a bad path.
Okay. Did you ever consider Jarek more than a friend?
No.
Is it safe to say that you two fought a lot?
We had fights. We were like sisters. Of course, best friends are going to fight over stupid little stuff. We're going to have quite a few arguments, but we're going to make up and still be best friends at the end of the day.
Are you aware that she thought of you as psychotic?
No.
All right, Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so you are not aware that she thought of you as psychotic whatsoever?
I said no.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what was your answer?
No.
Okay. Can you, well, this is a picture of the journal.
That's fine.
Okay. Can you read the first line where I started right here?
Oh, and Tori would go psychotic.
Okay. Are you also aware that she was kind of like scared to approach you about anything?
No.
Okay. Can you read the bottom line and after the dots?
This one or this
Yeah,
one?
the like from here to here. Starting with no.
Now I just have to figure out when and how not to chicken out.
This is This is about confronting her, for the record. Okay. Thank you. So did you see Jarek the day she disappeared?
Yeah, at school.
Okay. Can you tell me where at school?
In the library, well, in the hallway right before study period and in the library.
Okay. But the first time that you were asked about this, you told Detective Marlin that you didn't see her at all, correct?
And I explained that I was confused about the question.
Okay. So it's safe to say that your story did change a few times.
I guess so.
All right. Ronan had your car that day, correct?
Yes.
And you claimed to be at the shopping center by the mall,
Yes.
but you went for a walk that led you to Fountain Creek.
Yes.
Then you claim to have went to, in your affidavit, it says you walked over to Walmart, like Walmart and Wendy's next to each other.
Yes.
To make your phone call. All right. May I approach the witness again?
Yes, ma'am.
Can the witness step down so we can show the
Sure.
jury who this is at? Can you guys see from over here? You guys can too? Okay.
Why don't you slide up a little bit so that she's parallel, she's not blocking into the jury.
All right. So can you show me, you were about here, correct?
Over here.
Okay. And you ended up to Fountain Creek by Walmart.
Yes. I went walking along Fountain Creek and Walmart was the closest thing I saw, so that's why I went to Walmart.
Can you show me a relative area where Wendy's is at next to Walmart?
It's not on there.
But it's next to Walmart. You said it was next to Walmart?
This is
Well, it's over here. It's down here. Wendy's is over here.
Objection, where is that marked?
It's not on there.
Keep going.
Okay, so you went from here to over here, to over here, and back up here.
I went to Walmart.
You didn't go back to Wendy's.
Not that I know of.
Okay. So in your affidavit, that's wrong. In your affidavit.
Well, I don't see where Wendy's is at on here.
In a closer, of a relative area, Playboy Mall is over here, and Wendy's is right there.
For the record, what document are you looking at?
Oh, sorry, this is the, like, closer view of it. The exhibit 4B.
Okay.
So can you point to the jury where Wendy's is at?
This map right there.
Okay. And how long did you think it would take, or how long did you say it took to get you from the mall over here?
I'm not sure. I was walking for a while because I knew Ronan couldn't figure out where he wanted to start.
Okay, so it had to be within an hour or so because of the time frame of your story. So you're telling us that through all this terrain, all this rock and sand and all these trees, it took you a fairly short amount of time to get to where you were from Pueblo Mall
No.
up here through these lines to Walmart.
I never said it took me a short amount of time.
Okay. But, all right, you can sit down. You left the school at around 3, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then you called your phone at 2:37.
I did not have my phone.
You called your phone from a different phone.
Okay.
You did?
I guess so.
Okay. So, do you remember where you called from?
Walmart.
The phone record states it's the number from Best Buy that you called at 2:37.
And like I explained that I didn't call that, I called from Walmart. I called my phone from Walmart.
At 2:37?
Yeah,
Because
I
that's the
guess.
only call on your phone record, and it's from Best Buy.
Okay, well, I didn't call that.
Okay, so you called from Walmart, which is through all that terrain. So you would have had to be there at 9, correct? It would have taken more than a fairly short amount of time to get.
I
where
didn't
you
say
were.
it took a short amount of
I
time.
know you didn't, but through all that terrain, it would have taken at least like an hour and a half because the average person, as you explained, you were physically wise. It would take probably in an hour like 3 miles. But
Objection, there's no relevant note of the mileage or anything of that sort on these maps. There's no way to prove how long it would have taken her without
Just
that.
talking relevant.
Overall. Keep rolling.
Okay. So, but that's on a flat surface. There's no way that your story would add up going from Walmart back to over here and back through there, up Fountain Creek. Correct?
Is that a question? I'm sorry, I got confused. The question. Can you repeat the question?
Okay, so there's no, like, your story would not have add up, or your story does not add up because of all the walking distance shown in the maps. Because you claim.
Objection, what is the question?
She's trying to say it.
Can you clarify it in a way that's easier to
Can I finish the
understand?
question?
If you can get it out.
Your story didn't add up, correct?
No, it did add up.
Okay. Are you sure?
I'm positive.
Did you call if this phone number was from Walmart, did you call Walmart earlier that day?
No, I did not.
Okay. So the same number coming from Best Buy to your phone, you called from your phone earlier that day.
I'm sorry, can you restate the question?
Sometimes it's better to stop when you're ahead at this point and to move on to a different question. You've already asked this question, she's going to continue to give you the same answer. I'm sure Judge Ames would probably say the same thing. Am I correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The detective didn't question you until the next day, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then the cops didn't call you until 7? Is that?
Which day?
That same day that she went missing.
Yeah, about 7:10.
Okay. Did this call come to your home phone or your cell phone?
From the detectives? My cell phone, I wasn't at home.
Okay, it doesn't show up on her somewhere. There
Okay,
wasn't a call
but,
between 4 and 10.
okay, well, I'm telling you, I received a call from the detectives around 7:10 on my cell phone.
Okay. And you were gone for a few days after that, according to your affidavit, because of the snow days?
Yeah, it was a really hazy time for me. I lost my best friend, and I was getting accused of murdering her, and so I'm not really sure if there were snow days or not, but I know once we got back, there was people talking about her disappearance.
Did you go back the next day?
That was 16 years ago. I already said earlier that I can't remember if I was at school that day.
Okay. So there are I guess rounding up, there's a lot of different changes in the stories. Correct?
I guess so.
All right, like to rewrite?
Yes, please.
All right.
Tori, the journal that you were shown, the journal entry, did you recognize that handwriting?
No,
And did you recognize the journal to be belonging to Jerry?
no, that wasn't her journal.
But you were her best friend, correct? So you would have seen and known her handwriting. Okay. Your Honor, I would like to approach the bench. Is that okay?
Sure.
Tori Clark, I'm bringing up defendant's exhibit number 40, and this is the phone record that's in question. Can I enter it and publish it to the jury?
It's already been entered and published.
I wasn't sure, so I was double checking. Okay. This last phone call that was made at 10:43, can you tell me whose phone number this is?
Derek Reese.
Okay. And so if you were the one to kidnap and murder Jerry, how would you have made the phone call at 10:43 after she already went missing?
Well, I didn't murder her, so I don't know how I would have made a phone call.
No, nothing further.
Anything else? Sure.
Okay, so how did you know that phone number was Jared? No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, thank you. Come down. Last witness?
The defense would like to call Dr. Riley Rostello.
Okay. Prosecution team will stand up. Follow me.
Because he's trying to tell you, you need to wake up.
Do you swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may be seated.
All right. Ready?
Can you state your name for the record?
My name is Riley Rostello.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Sure.
Can you tell me what the document is? Can you tell me what this document is?
This is my curriculum vitae. That's Latin for A Course of One's Own Life. It describes my education and my work experience and my qualifications.
Does all the information look correct to you?
It does.
Can this help aid you in your testimony today?
It can.
Your Honor, I'd like to enter Dr. Riley Rostello's CV, Defense Exhibit 40, into evidence and publish it to the jury.
Well, is that really going to help you in your testimony? Okay, that's fine. Any objection to the CV?
No.
Okay.
Can you state your current occupation?
I own my own consulting firm, Estella Strategies. I'm a professor of law at James E. Rogers School of Law at the University of Arizona. I provide trauma counseling for juveniles and for adults, including former service members, through the Veterans Administration, and I'm the director of my local child advocacy center.
Which of these jobs pertains most to the case?
In 1999, when I was first hired by Tori Clark's attorneys, it was as a juvenile advocate through Rostello Strategies. In 2015, I was asked to review all the witness statements and interviews and give my opinion about the likely accuracy of memory.
What is Rostello Strategies?
We provide comprehensive psychological support to juveniles and their families when they're facing actions through civil or criminal courts. We also provide education about the issues, unique issues that juveniles are facing for law enforcement and for prosecution. And our goal is really more rehabilitation and more understanding for the juveniles and less retribution and less incarceration.
What is your educational background?
I received my BA and my MA in psychology from the University of Oklahoma. I received my Juris Doctor from the University of Colorado and my PhD in psychology from Stanford University.
Can you briefly describe the subject matter, your specialty, or why you're here today?
My specialty is cognitive psychology, which is the study of the mental processes such as attention, forgetting, memory, problem solving, and decision making.
Have you ever published anything in your specialty?
I have. Two of my more recent works are Eyewitnesses, What Are They Good For? And False Testimony, The How and Why. False Confessions, The How and Why.
Have you ever been featured in a peer-reviewed scientific journal?
I have not.
Why not?
It's not my goal to educate scientists. My goal is to learn about their findings from their current research. My target audience is law enforcement, judges, lawyers, and social workers.
Do you have any memberships in professional societies or any awards and accomplishments stemming from this specialty?
Yes. I'm a member of the American Bar Association, the American Psychological Society, the National Association of Juvenile Defenders, of which I was president from 1995 to 1996. I'm also a member of the National Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers, the Midlands Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers, the Midlands Association of Civil Defense Attorneys, and the California Association of Civil Defense Attorneys.
Have you ever testified as an expert witness before?
I have. I've been hired to consult on 65 cases, 51 of which were criminal. I've actually testified as an expert in 6 cases, 4 of which were criminal.
Based on your educational background and experience, do you believe that you're able to give a clear, unbiased, and educated opinion on the subject matter of your specialty?
I do. I'm not here to testify about anyone's guilt or innocence or whether anyone's lying or telling the truth. I'm here to testify about the likely accuracy of memory. I'm nationally recognized for my expertise in witness recall and false confessions.
Your Honor, I'd like to tender Dr. Riley still as a qualified expert in the field of cognitive psychology.
Okay. Any objection? Okay.
Why were you-
Cognitive psychology, all right? Court, without objection, the court will let her testify as such.
Why were you hired to help with this case?
Back in 1999, I was hired as a juvenile advocate through Established Strategies. When Troy Clark's new attorneys in 2015 came across her old files and saw my name in them, in September of 2015, when they realized my background with memory, they contacted me and asked me to review the witness statements.
Have you personally interviewed any of these witnesses here today?
I have not. I met Troy Clark in 1999, but I never interviewed her. All of my interactions were with her attorneys.
So you've never met any of these witnesses other than Troy Clark, is that correct?
I have not.
How are you able to testify on behalf of their memory when you've never met them?
My opinions are based on my years of clinical experience and on the research literature, what it supports.
Can you give us a brief explanation about how memory works?
Try not to talk down to you or insult your memory, but I'm used to talking to juveniles and law students. There's 3 different types of memory. Implicit memory is associated with your basal ganglia, which is part of your brain close to the brainstem. And this is associated with motor memory, skills that you learn, such as tying your shoe or riding your bike. The next type of memory is explicit memory. There's 2 types of those. Semantic memory is a conscious memory, but it's general knowledge. Who was the first president of the United States, or zebras have black and white stripes. Episodic memory is the other type of explicit memory, and that's associated with the hippocampus. Hippocampus is actually Greek for seahorse, and it's called hippocampus because of the shape, and it's located back here behind your ears. You actually have 2 hippocampi, one on each side, but they make up the hippocampus system. When you have an event happen, you witness something, and you try to remember that memory, these memories actually go into the hippocampus. You have a really short period of time to try to consolidate them into a long-term memory. You may have about an hour. If the memories aren't properly consolidated, you'll lose those memories. Once they are consolidated, they leave that hippocampus and move out into other areas of the brain. And the other type of memory is emotional memory, and that's associated with the amygdala. That's an almond-shaped mass of cells deep in your brain. Your emotional memories and your fight or flight response are all housed here. And if you're not aware of the fight or flight response, that's what happens to your body when you encounter a stressor. your body shuts down anything that's not necessary, any systems that it doesn't need to take an action against the stressor.
And what kind of things can affect your memory?
Drug use can severely affect your memory. Chronic drug use can actually damage the memory structures in the brain and make it very difficult to consolidate memories, if possible at all. Hindsight bias can affect your memory, and this is when you take new information and change past memories that you had. Like when you watch a ball game and you see who won and you said, I always knew they were going to win. That's hindsight bias. Confirmation bias is when you overlook any new information that doesn't agree with your belief system or what you think should happen. PTSD can severely affect memory. This is not associated with the hippocampus and episodic memories. It's associated with emotional memories. When a person is in a traumatic situation, their amygdala is what takes over and has to react to that situation. And the memories that your body is taking in are emotional, that are tied to that event. But when you suffer from PTSD, you're not remembering the event as it happened, you're not remembering significant details, you're reliving the emotions that you felt at the time. You remember, you're feeling the fear, the anger. It's not a conscious memory about this is what happened. It's, I'm living this right now, I'm in this terror right now, and that's what people go through when they're suffering from PTSD. And the other thing that can affect memory is something called stress or PTSD. When your body is under a lot of stress, or really any kind of stress, your amygdala takes over. It slightly enlarges, and when the stressor goes away, it's the hippocampus's job to calm the amygdala back down so you can go back to a normal state. But when you're under a constant source of stress, or the hippocampus isn't able to calm down the amygdala for any reason, it can do a lot of damage to the hippocampus. It can enlarge the amygdala and cause PTSD-like symptoms even though there was no trauma.
Okay, now I understand you have an example to help explain to the jury how memory can be unreliable, correct?
I did.
Okay, Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this an accurate representation of what you're hoping to show the jury today?
It is.
Okay. Can you tell me what relevance this has to the case?
I can explain the relevance, but I can explain it better if I show them what it does first, if I can explain it afterwards.
Can you go ahead and show it?
Hmm?
You go ahead.
Can I walk you to the jury?
Can you walk us to the jury?
Sorry?
Do we need to hold up a big sign that at this point a certain objection should be made? But if you're not going to make it, Jessica, you keep going, honey. You're doing a damn good job. Go. Keep
What's the
going.
exhibit number?
All right, objection, Your Honor.
What's your objection?
Lack of foundation.
What
Praise
else?
God.
What else? What else?
How is this relevant to the case?
Very good.
She's about to talk
Sustained.
about relevance against, you're talking about long-term brain cases, basically.
Build the foundation and then you're good to go.
Can you explain what relevance this has to the case?
Yes, it shows both suggestion and it shows how the brain takes in minute, everyday details of our lives and what things our memories don't recall properly.
Can you show the jury what you were looking to show them?
Would that say anything? I want you all to look at the different Apple logos on here and see if you can pick out which right one is the accurate Apple logo. Can everyone see all of them? The point in all this, can I step back in?
All right, what's your objection this time?
I don't know, Judge Amos, why don't you tell them since you're giving them the fact to
All right,
objective?
send the jury out. Jury's out. How is any of this relevant
She's about to explain.
to the facts here? Okay? If you don't understand the relevance, and I don't understand the relevance, then have her testify to the relevance outside the presence of the jury. Tell us how this is relevant.
Why is she testifying to this? How does this relate to this case?
She's helping to prove that suggestion can change your memory.
Okay.
Well, how's that relevant? You gotta get going into there.
It's relevant to all the witness statements that were brought up here today.
Okay. Do y'all have any motion in limine? Did you have any motions in limine?
And they did get this beforehand. They approved
Yeah.
for it to be set in court, so.
Y'all know what motions in limine are?
I'm not really sure exactly.
Okay.
Well,
To prohibit, did y'all talk about that?
yeah, we did. It's motions to exclude evidence, but we let this in because I thought we were going to get closer to how this was relevant to the defendant and the defense of her case.
And we also
But
did
I'm not
file a
seeing
couple of
that right now,
motions.
so I don't know why we're looking at a bunch of apples, so
Yeah.
that's my thing. Is I
We're
don't
getting
think-
to it, Vonnegut. We're getting
Well,
to
you've
it.
got to get there. Right now, I'm taking
Okay.
a cruise and I haven't seen the sunshine.
All right, well, let's talk about this. The jury's out. You've seen her ultimate opinion, right? And what's her ultimate opinion, basically?
That if someone, it's been so long that no one can remember, especially if they're
What's her,
intoxicated.
what's her opinion about all of your witnesses?
Oh, that they're all wrong.
They're all wrong. Are you gonna let her testify to that?
That's not her opinion.
Okay, so why didn't y'all file a motion to eliminate? Why aren't you trying to stop her at this point?
Well, we didn't file a motion because we weren't allowed to kick anybody
I told
out.
them they have a chance to testify.
Okay. And I will let her testify. I will let her testify, but does that, if the judge lets her testify, does that mean she can say anything she wants? Okay. So, you know what her testimony is purported to be. Do you think any of it's relevant?
No, not really.
All right, if you go to page 43, line 219, now we will cover what I did in this case and my conclusions. The first conclusion, the first thing, and I hope you'll bring this out on cross, she didn't interview any of the witnesses.
You can
Yeah, that's
ask the question
Yeah,
for
we got
them?
that.
Okay. Acknowledge that she cannot, there are limitations what she can and cannot
Well, or
say.
she diagnosed them through paper.
All
That's
right.
pretty much what she did.
All right. I think in this case, she can testify about memory as an expert in the field. But what's the ultimate thing she can't testify about? Keldon is not
Of
a,
the witnesses.
She's an
Keldon is
expert
not-
opinion that's already
hold on.
been tendered.
Keldon is not a reliable witness to the events pertinent to this case. Jaworski is likely not reliable. I suggest that no one should rely on the investigation of J.D. Marlin. All of that goes to the ultimate issue of the case, is whether these witnesses are believable or not. So I think she can testify as to what happens over time to memory, different stressors, but as to whether these three witnesses should be believed, there's no foundation. There's no...
She's an expert witness who's allowed to give her opinion on these things based on her
I think
years
you're
of
lying.
research.
I think you're lying.
I mean, I think you're
I think
helping
you're
them
lying.
trying to win the case.
I think you're lying. I think you're lying. What difference does that make? What I think? Even
What
if
are we
I'm an
getting
expert.
to here? Are we taking her away? Or
What
are we
makes a
not?
difference is whether the jury believes the witness or not. Now, you can bring out inconsistencies, you can bring out bias, you can bring out prejudice.
And that's her
And that's what we
point of
plan to
being
do
here
in our
today.
questions.
But having an expert testify that they're unreliable, I don't think is admissible.
And her opinion is not, are they reliable or not? It's their likely accuracy of memory based on these factors that
So,
affect memory.
Let's stick to that.
And she's showing an example of a factor that does affect memory, which is why it's relevant to our case.
Okay. All right, let's bring the jury back in. Let's move on from the experiment and go to something else.
Okay. Do you see any examples of suggestion in this case?
I do. There's, am I allowed to talk about Chief Marlin's affidavit?
Sure.
Okay.
Unless they object, honey, you can bring anything in.
In Chief Marlin's affidavit, I'm sorry, in Ronan Keldon's interview with Chief Marlin, she's asking him, well, what happened next? And he said that Troy Clark was wearing gloves. And Officer Martin said, oh, blue gloves? And Ronan Keldon said yes. Later in Ronan Keldon's affidavit, he said, and then she was wearing gloves, they could have been green or blue. It's very possible that the gloves were green, and that the suggestion that Chief Marlin made, instead of letting the witness answer in the interview, she suggested to him that the gloves were blue, could have changed facts, his memory and affected this whole case. It was the middle of January, she could have been wearing the green gloves, but we'll never know that now because of suggestion.
Your Honor, the prosecution was just handed a phone.
I'm not using them.
You have
But I can
information
see
that
the
you're reading on
highlighted.
it.
Yeah.
If that's an objection, that's overruled. If that's an observation, it's correct.
Can Can you explain what suggestion is to the jury?
Suggestion is when you,
So explain it the best you can.
okay. It's when your actions are based on what you expect to happen. If you are told you're gonna walk into this room, you're gonna see a green light, you might walk into that room and there's a yellow light and a green light, you focus on that green light because that's what you expect to see. That's how suggestion affects us. Based on what someone says, it affects our actions and what we notice and don't notice.
Based on your experience and reading Investigations Chief Jalen Marlin's affidavit, what can you conclude about her memory?
In Chief Marlin's affidavit, she shows signs of confirmation bias. There
Sustained.
She's giving her opinion based on her research of her conclusion, like of the likely accuracy of her memory. That's the whole reason she was called here
She was
today.
hired to read over the
Oh,
affidavit.
I know what she was hired to do. You want her to do that, I'm not going to allow her to do that. Their objection is sustained.
What can you conclude about Chief J.D. Marlin's testimony here today?
Oh my God, just move on. This is a joke.
I mean, how could she make a conclusion based on all her research?
Is that relevant?
Yes.
Yeah, that's sustained.
Just obviously there's no point. No further questions.
No further questions.
All right, the white flag came out pretty quick. All right, go ahead. Mm. Mm. Okay, so you're being paid to be here today.
I am.
Okay. And you only work with juvenile defense, or the juvenile defense system, correct?
No, I don't only work with juveniles.
Okay. Have you ever worked for the prosecution, though?
No, I have not.
Okay. Who recognizes your expertise?
Judges, attorneys, members of the associations that I'm in.
But you're not published in a peer-reviewed journal?
No, as I explained.
Okay. On your statements about memory, would you say that the quickness of the memory degradation depends on that person?
To a point. Some people have a better memory than others, but
Okay. Is it, so it's true that there are studies providing the fact that for example, the closer someone is to someone, if there's more of an emotional pull, that the memory degrades slower?
no, not that I've ever encountered.
So you've never heard of the Ewell-Cutshall experiment in 1986?
No.
So you're not aware that it discredits the 1974 Loftus and Palmer experiment you used in your affidavit to support your claims?
No.
Okay. And on PTSD, you only use one criteria, correct? When there's 8? And then when you're supposed to diagnose someone, you're supposed to interview them. Typically, right?
Objection, she wasn't here to diagnose anyone with PTSD.
And that's not just with PTSD.
Overruled, you're gonna say it. Just go ahead.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
Can you repeat the question?
So when you diagnose someone, not just with PTSD, just in general, you should typically interview them.
Yes, and I have not diagnosed any of the people in this case. I gave my opinion about what I saw in the affidavits. I have not diagnosed anyone in this case.
Okay. So it's just your opinion
That's
about all these
That's
people?
my expert opinion based on my years of clinical experience and on what the research
Okay,
literature
so-
supports.
Okay, so like just not looking at all the facts, just your opinion?
Looking at what people wrote in their affidavits and what was said in the interviews, yes.
All right, no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything else?
No.
Think you can come down. Any more witnesses?
No. Your Honor, can we request a 5-minute recess before closing statements?
Your Honor, we need to keep moving because I know your bailiffs get out of here at 5 o'clock.
Yeah. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, you're now about to hear the closing arguments of the attorneys. Closing arguments are not evidence in the case. Closing arguments are given to you to help you analyze the evidence that is before you. The attorneys are allowed to argue different contentions and positions to you. If one of the attorneys, or both of the attorneys indeed, argue to you something that doesn't jive with your recollection of the evidence, you are to be guided by your own recollection of the evidence. First and last, just one each, and who has to go first?
Prosecution.
Okay. Are you ready?
I do believe so.
Okay. You're up.
So before we start anything, I want you all to go back earlier in this trial before we took our break in the middle. And I want you to remember the questioning of Ronan. And I want you all to remember how the defense blamed their own defendant during that questioning for the killing. When they were asking, why did you not help her? Or why did you not help, or why did you help their defendant kill Jared? Okay. And besides that, I want you to all go back to high school with me. I want you to all think back to high school and how hard it was to fit in and make friends and keep those friends. And how hard it was that once you got a best friend and then you lost her. You always feel jealous, you feel hurt, broken, and Tori Clark felt those feelings like all too well, only she took it a step further. She felt the need to kill her best friend over this. She felt the need to lure her before tennis practice or away from tennis practice, away from her other friends, and stuff her in a trunk, and then call her drug dealer to help her push the car in the creek. How do you get from the picture they showed in their opening, where they were all buddy-buddy holding each other, to that unrecognizable law? And they're trying to go with the argument, how could you do that to a best friend? And that, like, they're right, like, how could you do that to a best friend? You saw all the evidence, you've heard all the testimonies, you saw the journal, you've heard the journal, how she thinks, or Jared thought that Tori was psychotic. You saw the fingerprint of Tori on the trunk of the car that Jared was in. And most importantly, you've heard the testimony of Ronan Keldon explaining what happened that day. So I, in the state of North Carolina, do believe in you to go back into that jury room and finally give Jared Reese and her family justice after 16 years.
Okay, next.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'd like to start off by thanking you for coming to listen to this case against my client, Tori Clark. To rebuttal what the prosecution has offered, that my co-counsel said that our client was the one who did commit the crime, we were going with the story that Ronan told. We were asking questions as if what he said were true, just so you guys could get a better understanding of his story and some of the discrepancies within that. Jerry Grease was a victim. What happened to her, we do not deny, was brutal. But there is one other victim that has not been mentioned in this case. That is Tori Clark. Tori is the victim of a faulty criminal justice system at the hands of Investigator Chief Marlin. As you heard in her questioning today, she couldn't even recollect some of the simple processes and things that she took down in her report. Yet, when 16 years later was asked about the case, she wanted to come back on because of her previous involvement. She would do anything to bring closure to the grieving mother, Monique Reese, even if that meant falsely accusing my client, Tori Clark. From the moment Tori's name was entered into this case, she was pegged as a dangerous criminal who killed her best friend and hid her body in the trunk for it to be found 16 years later. There was many other instances of questionable evidence, questionable actions taken by various prosecution witnesses that Investigator Marlin never looked into. She never looked for alibis for people that Tori said she was in contact with. There were reports and records that were included in the case documents that do not match up, which was on her original report. There were changing stories that we read aloud. You heard an instance of a changing story of another prosecution witness who so happened just could not be here today. And she claims that there was no other instances of change. Under the immense pressure from the grieving family and the small community that was rocked by this tragedy, it's no surprise that she made these mistakes. She wanted to bring closure after a 16-year-long grieving experience. And that's understandable. But in the criminal justice system, you still have to do your job. You still have to follow the rules of the law. And Investigator Marlin did not do that. We saw a performance that was put on by the prosecution today. It was nothing but a performance. They had little conclusive evidence to tie my client to this case, but all they did was put on a show to distract you from what they were missing in their testimony. Again, like I said, this was a tragedy that happened 16 years, but Tori Clark is another victim. The forensic detectives, as you heard, they had years of qualification and experience, but messed up on paperwork and simple procedures. Our expert witness, Riley Stella, was here to testify on the likely accuracy of memory, not to say if they were telling the truth or not. All of her opinions were based on years of research that she has done. She also has a lot of experience, as you can tell in the CV that was provided to you today. She was not here to say, again, if anyone was false or not. So I'd like for you all to just imagine with me also. Imagine that you're in high school, that you're 17 years old, your best friend has just gone missing, and you don't know what to do. You're trying to help investigators answer any of their questions, anything that they want, only to find out that you are the one who they're accusing of doing this. Imagine how that would feel emotionally. Imagine how it feels also to go 16 years after no contact about this case, your best friend is still not found, you struggled for 16 years to put these memories into the back of your head, only to have them brutally reopened when you are arrested in your workplace in front of all of your coworkers. Despite the outcome of this trial, Tori Clark will never be able to live comfortably in Pueblo or any of the surrounding areas. With that being said, I want to remind you that in order for you to charge my client, you must believe without any doubt that she was the one who committed this crime. The prosecution has the duty of responding without
Objection, Your Honor.
doubt.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, court will tell you what the burden of proof is, and it is not beyond all doubt. As counsel has just stated, it's beyond a reasonable doubt. Objection sustained.
So beyond a reasonable doubt, you must believe that she was not guilty. I want you to think of everything that was said today, all of the actions that were taken, all of the questions that were asked, all of the answers that were given. Think about what made sense and what didn't. Don't let any questions go unanswered in your deliberations. One young woman has already lost her life because of this tragedy. Let's not rob another of hers. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Do we have a verdict form? They're just going to come back and say, right? All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me give you some jury instructions. The defendant is presumed to be innocent. This presumption of innocence remains with the defendant throughout the trial until the jury is satisfied unanimously beyond a reasonable doubt of the guilt of the defendant. You are the sole judges of the weight to be given to any evidence. You're the sole judges of the weight to be given to any testimony. You may believe all, any part, or none of what a witness has said here from the witness stand. There's two types of evidence from which you can find the truth of a particular case: circumstantial evidence and direct evidence. Direct evidence is testimony of one who asserts actual knowledge of a fact, such as an eyewitness. Circumstantial evidence is proof of a chain or group of facts and circumstances indicating the guilt or the innocence of a defendant. The law makes no distinction between the weight that you should give to direct evidence versus circumstantial evidence. There is not a greater degree of certainty required of circumstantial evidence than of direct evidence. Now, in order for you to find the defendant guilty of the crime of murder, you must be convinced unanimously beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant in the state of North Carolina, on or about the date alleged and the place charged, after deliberation and with intent, did cause the death of another person, that person being Jarrett Reese, and that the actions of the defendant actually caused the death of Jarrett Reese. After deliberation means not only intentionally, but it means that the decision to commit the act has been made after the exercise of reflection and judgment concerning the act. An act committed after deliberation is never one which has been committed in a hasty or impulsive manner. Deliberation, however, may take mere seconds. All that is required is that the defendant, with a fixed purpose, did the acts necessary to commit the murder. After considering all the evidence, if you decide that the prosecution has proven each and every one of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt, it will be your duty to find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree. If after considering all the evidence, you have a reasonable doubt as to one or more of these elements, it would be your duty to find the defendant not guilty. Your first job after you get to the jury room is to select one of your members to be your jury foreman. The jury foreman should lead you in your deliberations. Once the jury has reached a unanimous deliberation and the foreman is prepared to deliver it, knock on the jury room door and the bailiff will return you here to the courtroom. If you have any questions, send me a note on a piece of paper with one of those pencils that I gave you. Make sure you write it with one of those pencils I gave you. All right? You can take them out. Lord have mercy, how many jurors have we got? Y'all won't need
They didn't get pencils when you were handing out to the jury.
Oh, crap.
So that's why they wanted one of your pencils. So grab the pencil. Here.
Call Janet in the office. Do what? I'm not going to give you that. All right. You know where my office is? Anybody here from the court system? Right against the phone. Can you bring me some more pencils down here? Just the regular pencils on the bottom of my shelf in there. Just bring the box of pencils. Thanks. All right, we're getting pencils for all the jurors. All right. First of all, let me say, just like I said when I came to teach the class, what I'm saying is just my opinion. And my opinion is like my nose. Okay? I got one and so does every darn body else. All right? This opinion is, however, based on 27 years as a judge, 6 years as a prosecutor, and 2 years as a defense attorney. Now, I don't like this case. This case is kind of screwy to me. All right? It's almost impossible for you guys to win. All right? It really is, because it's just that way. Having said that, though, I will tell you that I won a case very similar to this with almost no evidence, a completely and totally circumstantial evidence, didn't even have a testifying co-defendant. All we had was tire tracks and bullets that could have been fired by a gun. So any case can be won, any case can be lost. Once again, just like I always say, thank you very much. When I do this for Ms. Vonnegut, I got good news and bad news, and it's exactly the same, all right? Some of y'all, in fact, most of y'all, are better at this than a lot of the lawyers I see every day in front of me. You're not lawyers. You're not law students, but y'all did an excellent job. You really did. And we try to do two things. I don't care what the verdict is. Okay? To me, it's not about whether you win the case or not. To me, it's about what you learned during this experience. All of you, the witnesses and the lawyers. And to me, this is fun. I didn't do a lot of this in college. I think I had one course that we did this in, and we didn't do a lot of it in law school. I thought we'd do a lot in law school, but I think I did one trial, one mock trial in all of law school. And to me, this is fun. I've done a whole lot more mock trials since I've been out of law school. I've done dozens in other classes that I've taken after law school. So to me, this should be fun, and I hope it was fun for you. A couple of years ago, I found out how stressed out and how much a couple people truly hated it. And I said, well, if this stresses you out that much and if you truly hate it, then this is probably not what you want to do with your life. One of those people who truly hated it since changed their mind and is now, I understand, pursuing a career in the law. So let's go through it just quickly. Who was Monica Reese? All right, Monique. Okay, and my handwriting's horrible, and we're going to try to go through this quickly because the jury probably won't be gone too long. Good voice. We talked about after a couple months that kind of stopped. Talked about in the bottom of the creek. I mean, you sounded like a mother who had lost a child. You truly did. You had some emotion in your voice, and you did a good job. Caitlin cross-examined her. No.
No, Kaylin direct.
Kaylin, you. All right. Good voice, a little fast, but you did what I told you you would do. I told you somebody would do this. I told you somebody would do this. And what did you do next? And what happened then? You kept saying, and you did that several times, but by the end of this, you had stopped that for some reason. In fact, almost every single one of you who did something not quite perfect or not quite right, by the end of the trial, you were better. So you got better as you went along. And that's probably from not being quite as nervous. It's probably from being a little pissed and going, I'm going forward with this. You got pretty
Sorry,
pissed. Yeah,
I
that's
apologize.
All right. That's all right. We got a cell back here for people who get real pissed. I almost pulled this out one time. All right, Nick, good voice. You tried to use the affidavit to impeach. That was a little bit shaky, but you still did a good job. And you got her to admit she was wrong on a point. I don't remember what the point was, but you got her.
Oh, that was the fact that she said no to the fact that Sojo Zalowski called her that day, and I brought up the affidavit that says otherwise.
Okay, Detective Jody Marlin, you knew your part, good voice, you sounded pretty much like a cop. Are you a cop? No. Okay. One time you got lost, and then Perry Ann helped you out. You kind of had a little lapse in memory, and she helped you out. She kind of fed you something. What was one question? What was one question? What I don't know what that means. You got the defense attorney a little offline. Okay, you kept saying, what was the question? What was the question? You kind of got the defense attorney off track by doing that. Question was, why did you do one thing with Roland, and why did you do another thing with Tonya? Good answer. You kind of hit back at the defense attorney when she asked you, why did you do something different with two different? You had very good responses. You had short answers to hard questions, and that's good. That's what cops ought to do. That's what all witnesses ought to do, is give short answers to hard questions. Everything pointed to her. And you were questioning her, crossing her. All right. She kept giving you an opportunity. Well, why did you do this? Well, because we had already decided she was guilty. Well, why did you do this? Because the evidence pointed that way. Well, why? She kept begging you. In fact, she almost went too far. I was expecting you to say, well, we got an eyewitness that was there. We got her fingerprint on the car. You know, we got motive. We got opportunity. She did it. Of course she did it. I was expecting you to explode. And you pushed her pretty hard. Too hard, I thought. But you didn't. All right. Perry Ann, your voice was too low. Before you leave here today, we want you to all lead us in a cheer, okay? When we got your cheerleader voice, I'm like, holy crap, she doesn't have just a small little voice. What does that say? You had a hard time with the foundation. You needed to ask witness more about no memory. You were a little nervous, and that's fine. You helped the witness out, as I mentioned before, with the memory about Just Howard. This was a very difficult. This was a very difficult direct because she was a good witness for you. And then I got something about why ask about the affidavit. Oh yeah, I thought all of you were trying the case a little bit too much on the affidavits, showing the affidavit. Now, doesn't it say right here in the affidavit? And that's one reason I don't like this case, because it's all based on affidavits. You should have just asked, what happened? Ask the witness, what did you do then? What happened next? Not, what does it say in your affidavit? Who's Kayla? Okay. No objection to the report, and she did it wrong. You had a good voice, a little bit fast. You were fast the whole time, but you had a very good voice and very enthusiastic, but just a little fast. Like I'm going right now, a little fast. Good cross on the time period and the absence of memory. Good point on why Miss Clark left. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. The witness tried to wiggle out of her answer, and you kept after her. You got off track a little bit, but then you came right back. She put you off track with some of her answers. Let the record show. That's really not proper, but they let you get away with it. Let the record show. You know, rather than asking the witness, isn't it true that such and such? Good but improper. Ask witness who was, this was about Zara Noble and who she was. Let the record show Zara Noble was the dean of the school, when you should have asked the witness. But once again, this is all artificial. I mean, it's not real. This is not a real case, and we're having to compress a huge trial into 4 hours. I'm asking you, what does that say? Why, something about it. Okay, you kept asking, why did you charge my client? Why did you decide to charge my client after only 14 days? What is the evidence? What was it? And like I said before, you got lucky in that she didn't unload on you. Austin Warner. Okay, Warren. You look like a cop, man, are you? Okay. I mean, you look like an SBI agent. I've seen dozens of SBI agents that look just like you come in. I mean, dressed like you, look like you, got the same haircut, got the same face, talk like you, walk like you. You look like a cop, you sounded like a cop, and you knew you... I'm applying in August, so I hope that's good. You doing what?
I'm applying in August, so I hope that's good.
Well, you need to get a copy of this tape and send that with the application. But,
I interned there, so...
Okay. You knew your qualifications and you knew your part, you know. If you'd have told me that you were BLE qualified or had spent time as a cop before you went back to school, I assume most all of your students, or there's some of you who are not students, some of you that missed... Oh, you didn't drag in some ringers? Yeah, well, you did that one time on me.
No, I didn't.
You had a damn doctor or nurse or somebody in here one time that was a real...
No, I thought they were a real doctor or nurse, and they weren't.
Oh, okay. Well, I figured...
They were that good. That was cool.
Summer, right. Good voice, good qualification of your expert. In fact, it was excellent. You were too short, though, on the map. And I understand we're all pushing along. The biggest criticism I would have is that almost everything was too short. And I know you got time limits on you, time limits that she's put on you, time limits I'm trying to put on you. I'm getting you off track. And some of the stuff that I say in the very beginning, the humor and all, is to make you feel at ease. And then some of the other stuff I say is to get you off track, is to get you off kilter, to see how you will react when when your direct examination doesn't go just like it did in practice, you know, when you have a problem. When you showed them the map, I mean, it was so much effort to get the map in, and then you took it over to them, and it was like, okay, there it is, bye. You almost like you teased the jury.
Oh, yeah, do we just need to...
All right, Nick, good first question. I don't remember what it was, but it was a good first question. Did cop ask for you? Oh, did the cop ask for this investigator specifically?
Yeah.
Okay, and I was hoping that y'all would follow up in that in your closing. You know, there's just not something right here. I mean, they specifically asked... The SBI agent told you he was specifically asked for. What was the reason for that? I don't know. But this whole investigation, ladies and gentlemen, doesn't this whole thing just stink? But you didn't follow up on that. Your cross was way too short, and I know I told you to keep crosses short, but this one was way too short.
Right. Well, I mean, I had like more questions about the report, and I mean, I wanted to ask them, but I can see now why they didn't want me to ask them, because I could see that Austin Warren had not presented anything connected to Tory Clark.
That's true. That's true. And I was hoping y'all would bring that back too. And I'm going to hit you on the fingerprints. I'm going to slam your knuckles on the fingerprints. But he was a good witness, and I got it right here. He was a good witness, and he didn't really say anything much about the guilt of your defendant. Okay, so that's what exactly what you just said. I said it was way too short. He was a good witness, but he didn't really say anything that hurt you.
Yeah, I mean, frustrating at first. I couldn't ask those extra questions, but I can see why.
Tanya, well, okay.
Yes. You made him speechless.
I'd like to see you and Roland together. But I'm just weird. Okay. Great voice, great presence, great witness. You sounded and talked like a cop. Are you a cop too? Okay. Okay. Sounded like a cop. You knew your part. You knew your stuff. Very good. You were the best witness, I thought, for the state. And the DA, Perry Ann, did an excellent job with you. Now, when she called you Miss Williams and you corrected her to agent, That's exactly what a cop would do. But you shouldn't do that. You should let the judge do it. You should let the judge do it, and very often I will do that. They'll say, Miss So-and-so, I'll say, Detective So-and-so. Or let the state do that. Don't do it yourself. And you had great responses to her cross. Perry Ann, your voice was still too low. And I don't understand, because you got a great voice. You got that cheerleader voice. If I'd have had a good voice in life, I'd have really made something out of myself. You know? If I'd have had a great voice, blue eyes, and great hair. My son's on the jury, and I tell him, if I had your hair and your eyes, I'd really be successful. You know, so you don't have any reason not to be successful. If they can't hear you, truly, if they can't hear you, then why are you even speaking? Didn't I start my presentation to y'all when I did the class? They're like talking like this. Sometimes I start my presentation speaking real low and looking down.
Oh, keep him out. He's not done.
Yeah,
Back.
Tell him to smoke a cigarette.
Yeah, he said to smoke a cigarette.
You said, can you explain it in normal terms? That's a great question. Can you explain this in normal terms? Because you let them get the gobbledygook out, which makes them sound real smart, and then you say, well, you're going to have to explain that for me. You're going to have to put that in normal terms for me. And it brings you down to the level of the jurors. All the jurors are going, what the heck did she just say? And you say the same thing, basically. You want them to put it in layman's terms. You got better on the foundation questions. We kind of slammed you in the beginning, and you got better on that, particularly regarding the fingerprint pictures. Fingerprint match, that's very good evidence for you, too. And who did the cross on that? I got his defense cross.
On who? Tanya? Oh, it was me.
All right. Okay. What you needed to do was poo-poo what she said and just talk about, you know, well, this is gobbledygook. Pick out a couple. You picked out the mistake on the CV. That was great. That was very good, in fact. But let me tell you what the best cross is. The best cross are short. You pick a few little things in the beginning, and then you get your final nail and drive it home. If that was my client's fingerprint, you don't say it was my client's fingerprint, but if that was my client's fingerprint, when did it get put on the car? What day did that happen? Was that before she went missing? Or was that after? How long do fingerprints last on cars? And you'd be real lucky if they would say, oh, well, fingerprints degrade, you know, they degrade over time. Well, my God, that car's been missing for 16 years. You don't suppose that fingerprint got put on there after the car was found, do you? You know, just start talking about, even if it is my client's fingerprint, what the hell does that prove? You knew they were friends, didn't you? You had been told by the other investigators that these two people were friends, and you wouldn't find it strange that best friends' fingerprints might be on each other's cars, would you? But y'all just completely ignored that. And that's fine. Seth
Yes,
Grant?
sir.
Okay. You sounded like a cop, too. I got to ask you. You a cop?
No, sir.
Okay.
Next couple months.
All of y'all need to be cops. Very good expert testifying about fingerprints. Did you learn all this crap just for this case, or did you know some of it ahead of time?
I did know some of it ahead of time. I just had to specify on certain things.
Well, you know, when you talked about, and I'm not even saying it right, bifurcation, bifurcation. Now, what is that? You know, and then she asked you, now, what is that? And you went, no, in fact, I think you said, now, ladies and gentlemen, you might ask what that is. Yeah, I think you said that. You were just good. Explained loss, and you explained the loss by the post office very well, too. Caitlin, once again, you were doing and. You did very well on the qualifications, very well on the exam, and very well on the last question, although I don't know what the last question was. Ms. Bell? Only one. Okay, you talked about, well, there's only one fingerprint. And there's another one, right? There's a palm print, unknown. I thought you should exploit, but do you have any idea whose that was? Could that have been hers? When was that fingerprint put on there? The good fingerprint. After 16 years? and then he kind of shot you down, but then you started hammering him again. What about the DNA? No DNA? How about the handwriting? Did you check that? You didn't check that? Where are the gloves? I mean, you started talking about all the things that were missing in the case. And ultimately, when you represent a murder defendant, you're not trying to prove somebody else did it. Although you want to say, well, he may have done it, he may have done it. You're not trying to prove your client didn't do it. You're just trying to prevent them from proving beyond a reasonable doubt, from them making that jury. That's why you got a better case to begin with, and then I think the facts of this case put y'all behind the 8 ball. I'll be surprised if they convict him. But like I said, that don't matter. Do you often lose evidence? Good question. Any proof of that? Good question. But don't let your voice trail off. You asked some good questions and you said, do you often lose evidence? Do you often lose evidence? Has it happened before? Never? What made this case special that you lost evidence? And then, like I said, and I know that all of your closing statements were 3 minutes or less. In a murder case, your closing statement needs to be 30 minutes long. And all these points should set that up. These things you repeat to the jury. You know, golly, he said he'd never lost evidence before in his life. But in this young woman's case, where there's a rush to judgment, somehow or other, they lost a crucial piece of the evidence. If those gloves had the fingerprints of somebody other than my client inside, we'd know who killed this girl. This family would have justice. But instead of justice, they want vengeance against an innocent woman. So you got to get fired up. Since I don't do this anymore for a living, I like getting fired up. Okay. And you missed your big finish. I asked both of you for the big finish. I wanted the big finish to be, what about the fingerprint? When did that get on there? Okay. Roland. Or whatever your name is. What is it? Ronan?
Ronan.
Ronan. I'm tempted to just be brief and just say, bravo. But I can't. Excellent. Entertaining and educational. Are you a senior?
I will be.
Okay. What are you going to do?
I hope we go to law school.
Okay. You need to be a thespian. You really need to think about that. I mean, I've seen you a couple times now, and it's just plain good. Okay. I don't want to have a bromance here, but I mean, it's just plain good. And I'm telling you, I have seen tons of real life witnesses who were just like him, who are just as crazy, just as off the cuff, might just say something that gives you the feeling you're going to win your case, and then say something else and you go, holy crap, why did he say that? You know, you just can't tell. He was just like real people up here. Because most of the people we see up here are kind of kooky anyway. I tried a case just last week with a young lady. Her husband had assaulted her in 2012 by choking her and hitting her. It was her boyfriend at the time. He assaulted her by choking her and hitting her in 2013. Went to prison in 2013. They were boyfriend, girlfriend. As soon as he gets out of prison, she marries him. 2015, he assaults her by choking her and hitting her. She goes on Backpage. Y'all know what that is? I didn't know what it was until I tried this case. She goes on Backpage. She would say things in court that were just absolutely nutty, but she was still a victim of domestic violence. And the case the clerk and I were just going, my God, what's going to happen next in this case? We had witnesses falling out in the courtroom. Having seizures, having panic attacks. I mean, you just can't ever tell what's going to happen in a real courtroom. Very realistic. All right. Who directed him? Caitlin? Okay. That was your best exam yet. And it was probably partially because you got a little bit more comfortable. It might have been you were going, well, what the hell have I got to lose now? And it may have been because he was just good and you worked well with him. Did y'all prepare a lot?
I only got this like 2 weeks ago.
Okay. All right. You were more confident, and in fact, I didn't hear you do any of the and anymore. You just didn't do it. You stopped it for some reason. Miss Bale. He was a hard witness to cross, but you did a good job. He was tough. I would have picked up a little bit more on the stolen watch, although I'm not sure anything you could have done with him would have helped.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly.
The stolen watch was great. You just needed a few more details because I knew what you were talking about, but I don't think the jury knew. We
Yeah, I
didn't,
couldn't find it in the packet.
we didn't flesh that out enough. You need to concentrate on his dealings with Tory and him as a suspect, his criminal history. You know so much about this case because you actually did it. It's what you argue in your closing argument, you know. He's the one that did this. He knew all about the damn and hit on that just a little bit, although with a witness like that, I mean, every bullet you fire at him bounces off of him and hits you back, you know. You did not try to, okay, you say to him, you did not try to help Tory because you're the one that killed her. And then whatever he says, because he's going to say, no, your client did, you've set that up for the closing. You know, Shakespeare says, I think the lady doth protest too much. I think he's talking so much about my client's guilt because he's the one that did it. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, I don't have to prove he did it. I don't have to prove he did it. They have to prove she did it. Maybe he did it. Maybe Jaworski did it. Maybe Justin did it. Who did it? I don't know. They ready?
They smoked all their cigarettes.
All right, have them come on in. Just tell them to be quiet when they come in.
Come on in. Just have a seat.
You never said anything, I would have hit him right. You never said anything about this case. You never said anything until the body was discovered. And then there was some suspect, some thought that you might be the suspect. I would have asked the cop, in fact, maybe one of you did, ask the cop if he was a suspect early on. Because there were some things in the notes about him being a suspect early on. I would have fleshed that out a little bit more. Come on in, guys. Guys, if y'all can come in kind of quiet. Jess Howard, where's Jess? Okay. I didn't know if it was part of your demeanor, but when you walked up here, man, you were mad. And I didn't know if it was because this person doesn't really want to be here. This person could go either way. It could be a witness for either side. And but you look mad. And then when she asked you a couple of questions, maybe it was on cross. They asked you some questions, particularly about your bias. You kind of looked. You looked questioning. I mean, you looked like you were confused, which a witness would look like that. I mean, I don't know whether that was play acting or whether you really wasn't confused, but when she asked you some tough questions, you kind of looked like you had a question, just like a real witness would. Nick, good direct, but it was too short. Carrie Ann, good questions, but I thought we should have developed just a little bit more. All right, Tory Clark, good voice, confident, you knew your role, you talked a little fast, but a real live defendant would talk a little fast. What the heck does that say? Oh, you blocked Cross very well when you would not agree with the DA. They kept trying to get you to agree to stuff. And then you would say things like, is that a question? Who did? Who?
I did.
Oh, the cross or the direct?
Who did the direct?
Me.
Okay. Good questions. You stopped the witness one time and backed her up. And I remember I talked to you about that when I came to the class. You know, sometimes you got to say, well, hold on just a second. Let me take you back a minute. And you did that to explain the situation. You personalized the defendant, and you personalized her relationship with the victim. And then you brought that back. You did bring that back in your closing. You know, not only is this a tragedy, this is a tragedy for her. Even if you people find her not guilty, this stain never leaves her. She's lost a friend and has been wrongfully accused of killing. And no matter what you do, she's always going to be the one who was suspected of killing. Because, and then you should have followed up with, because this police department didn't find the real killer. Perry Ann, good. Oh no, Summer. Good cross with the journal, very good. You got stuck at one point, but then you moved on, which was good. You said something about a lot of different charges, right? And I thought that was good, but I don't know what that means. Oh no, you got her to agree to something. You said something about a lot of different charges, right? And then she said, I guess so. You got her to acquiesce to a point there. And then you came to a very good stopping point on your cross, which is hard to do. All right, Riley, where's she? Okay, any expertise in this?
hate psychology.
Well, you look just like a shrink up here. I mean, I've seen you testify before. I mean, I really have. Your demeanor, everything. You were very good. Very good voice. And you listened to the question, and then you turned to the jury and you gave them your answer. And then you listened to the question and you turned to the jury. And all these all these witnesses were hired. Okay. That's what lawyers very often call paid witnesses. You're getting $400 an hour, huh? Well, I won't say she's a prostitute, but I will say she's being paid for her time here. All right. And that's what all these professional witnesses do. That's what these professional witnesses do. They know how to testify. Listen to that question, and then turn and give the answer, and explain it to them, and then come back for the next question. So you look just like a professional witness, and you knew your part very, very well. And then you had a good comeback on something, at some point. This was the best witness for the defense. If I allow her to testify to everything that's in there, I was never going to do that, and that's why I kept trying to get y'all to wake up. This was a very crucial witness for y'all to cut off at the knees, because she had a lot of things to say that hurt you, but most of them were objectionable. Ms. Bell, good setup. Good questions. You did very well on this witness. Summer, very good cross. You talked about the money. You talked about the money. Why is she here, ladies and gentlemen? She gets paid $400 an hour. And then silently you're saying she gets paid $400 an hour. How many of you get paid $400? You don't ask that question, but you look at them. How many of you get paid $400 an hour? Once again, she's being paid for her time just like well, I won't say it again. Defendant only person that she had any direct contact with, and she didn't even really interview her. No peer review. You hit all the good points. Different people, different results. Emotion affects things. Great cross. I thought it was a great cross. Then they started talking about the experiments, and we kind of went sideways. PTSD, you talked about 1 of 8, and should have performed an interview. It was short. It got good points, and then you got out just like a real good cross-examination ought to be. Closing, who did that? You did that. Great start. The defense, and I made a note of that. You guys were talking like she was guilty. You didn't flesh it out quite enough, but I think the jury kind of got that point, because during that one, who was the witness? It was one of the officers. They talked, or was it Roland?
No, it was Roland.
Okay. They were talking like, well, when you helped her do this, I mean, they were talking like, but the problem with making that argument is it's great if you got the last argument. It's not so great when you don't have the last argument and then come back up and say, well, we were just playing along. But that was a good argument. You talked about going back to high school. That was great. I kept waiting for the theory of the case. These guys want a timeline. They want you to explain to them a timeline. You did talk about the evidence, the journal, the fingerprints, and most important, Roden. And I'm not saying that name right. But you should have said, and ladies and gentlemen, we got an eyewitness. We know exactly who killed this person, because we got an eyewitness. We got an eyewitness. And then the circumstances back up the eyewitness. I thought your closing argument that you gave to them was a great outline. It was a great bone structure, but you needed to put more meat on it. But like I said, she's given you how many minutes?
5 minutes. 5
minutes. And it's hard, but you didn't take the whole 5 minutes. But it's hard. But it was a great outline. You hit all the good points. And a lot of times that's all you need to do, because they'll get back there and fill the points in for you a lot of times. Your argument, you had a great start, great voice, great enthusiasm, talked a little too fast, and you attacked the investigation, and that's exactly what you have to do. What the state did was wrong. Well, I mean, you talked about what the state did that was wrong. You talked about what the state did not do. You talked about the mistakes they made. You talked about the rush to judgment, the rush to solve the case, the rush to charge, the rush to try the case. And then you talked about that, like I said before, what burden even an acquittal puts on her. You personalized it. Like I said when I started, I think all of you did an excellent job. You were much, much better than some of the attorneys I actually see in front of me on a regular basis. which is kind of sad to say. Or maybe it's great to say for y'all. I don't know. I enjoyed it. I hope you had fun. And what they're getting ready to tell us doesn't really concern me either way.
Okay, before you hand the verdict to the judge, I want to thank Judge Ammons. And so, I also want to thank the jury here, because they're taking time out of their day. So, without further ado.
Who speaks for this jury? All right, wait a second. Jury number 10, will you stand up? Jury number 10, stand up. That's my son. Oh. All right, we got a mistrial. All right, we're going to do this again next week, same time. Everybody be back. What are you sitting on the jury for?
Because he wants extra credit.
Oh, okay, well, then you have to see. Lord have mercy, let's get all the extra credit we can.
Wait, he's got a written verdict, right?
Oh, a written verdict.
And then you can keep saying that, because you're going to actually, he's just, but you can do it. But you had to give it to him.
All right, Madam Clerk, would you take the verdict? I've been asking if that's the verdict.
Is this your verdict? The
Yes.
jury's verdict?
Tell us what it is.
The jury declared not guilty.
All right. Thank you very much.
Jury, what did you base your not guilty verdict on?
There's really no clear motive that she really did it.
We think she did it, but they didn't prove it beyond a reasonable doubt.
There was doubt.
Okay.
This is for the jurors that didn't get them.
Yeah. Any other
We thought the
comments?
businessman could have probably just did it himself and walked in,
Josh,
you know,
any
put it all on her.
comments?
Just to the attorneys, I echo what Judge Ammons said, that y'all did an excellent job. There's some attorneys that can take some pointers for y'all that I've been associated with and practiced with. But it's just some of the, and I'll try to be as brief as I can, that some of the biggest thing is take a deep breath, relax, and keep your ears open to what you're hearing the person testify to and what is being said. Because if you're, I know that you've handed a package, you've got a script, and you hate to deviate from that, but when you actually listen, you're going to have to change things. And one of the biggest things you'll have to learn is to adapt to changing circumstances. So just be aware of that. And the other issue I would point out is that whatever the man or woman in the black robe says, goes. Don't go too far. Just make sure you're following and take some cues from the judge. Whenever they're looking at you and there's some questionable testimony, if they're going to be giving some cues most of the time that you need to just jump up and down and object. So other than that, you guys did a great job, and it was a pleasure to watch y'all.
Ryan?
We can talk later if y'all want to talk later.
Doctor.
I think that's a sign you should talk now.
Dr. Walsh, this is your first one. What did you think?
I thought Tanya was excellent. My student was excellently honest. Yeah, no, I enjoyed it. As I told you, I'm reading Just Mercy. So I'm glad this isn't in Alabama. And it was really interesting. I thought you did a really great job. I hope you liked the meditation beforehand.
You did, thank you.
Do that again sometime.
Yeah. Any other comments from jurors? That's Gina.
I just want to say, I think everybody did a good job as well, but I think that the thing that swayed us in favor of not guilty was not that we didn't think she did it. It was very likely that she did, but the evidence, just the way it was presented and the timeline.
You can keep it if you want it.
We just couldn't connect it all together beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's
Mr. Rico, you're in law enforcement. What do you think? and this is your first mock trial. What'd you think? We didn't scare you away, did we?
No. I mean, I'm coming from not knowing anything about anything. I thought it was good. My thing was, I don't know if she did it or not, because you guys didn't really give me the evidence to believe it. I think if your roles were switched, I probably would have gone with prosecution just because she was so hard-hitting. I feel like I would have believed anything she said.
The lawyer?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we often say that jury trials are to determine which side has the best lawyers, not what the real truth is.
She gave a lot of information for us to kind of hold on to, versus the other side just kind of it was unclear, and that's why we kind of said, well, what was, on the prosecution side, well, what was the motive, you know, why? And
Well, I told them in the beginning, I thought the prosecution was behind the 8 ball. I thought there was not enough for them to get a conviction here, just because of the way the thing's set up. There's so many different possibilities for the defense. I thought the prosecution had a much harder task here.
Except they had a lot, didn't they? They had a lot, didn't they? It was just, it wasn't clarified to you, was it?
Right.
Is that what the main issue was?
Like the fingerprint, I mean, they were best friends, so her fingerprint could have been on her car at any point in time. I mean, that would be, yeah.
See,
that did nothing.
sometimes the jurors make the arguments for you that you
Yeah, that
forget.
did absolutely nothing for us, fingerprint.
And there was absolutely no fingerprints on the notebook. Why would someone wear, because, I mean, they testified there's no fingerprints at all on the notebook. Why would someone?
Because nobody ever touched it.
Yeah.
Ever.
And
Nobody
Brenda,
ever
I know
touched
you
it.
gotta go,
That's
but
why
what are
no
your
fingerprints
comments?
on it.
This is your first
Yeah, this
one.
is my first one. This is a lot of fun. I am actually the speech and debate coach at Methodist University. Some of my attorneys up here, hey. You guys did a really good job. I enjoyed it very much. But I would have to agree, that goes for a lot of debate too. The person that's hard hitting, the judges that have no idea what's going on are gonna be like, yes, I like them because they talk nice and pretty. I like that. So, I mean, having that is important. Also having evidence and all that stuff is important too, but that is definitely important. So use your voice too. You guys are speakers, first and foremost. Use that to really get your points across.
And be passionate.
Oh yeah, passion is big.
Passion is good. I can't leave here without asking about the date. On the journal.
Oh yeah, the journal said that.
2006.
Yeah, it was just the way that everything was done, so that's why.
Oh.
A
So,
couple of changes in dates, it was
Yeah.
maybe 10 years, 16.
Yeah.
we were trying to change it to make it easier. The forensics pictures, as I told you, that you saw were created from scratch. Literally, they created that crime scene for you.
There was a major witness too that had a
That would have helped.
emergency.
Would have helped with that.
They could not come today.
Yeah, so that was the other thing I told you. Now, this was based on a real case out of Colorado, and in the real case, the defendant went to jail. Went to jail. Okay? So, and if you ever wonder, sometimes what I do is I either use real cases from Cumberland County that I've gotten from attorneys.
Joan Shannon.
Joan Shannon was great last year. We've done the death penalty case that was here, that was really good. That went to the Innocence Project. We've done that. And I've done a lot of different cases. It's not always murder. Sometimes we've had rape cases. I mean, we have had some crazy cases that just come from Cumberland County. So, we just do. But this one did come from Colorado, and I was, when they do mock trial scenarios, they use real cases to help get you going. So a lot of this, it did happen, and it was a young girl who was killed by her best friend. And it was over the jealousy of the witness that you guys should have heard, and it was, a good witness, but unfortunately, beyond her circumstances.
Anybody else? Jamie? The lady on the back row?
Just like I'm sitting on this side, because I know I helped out with the trial last year, and I'll be hopefully an attorney next year in that class. But I think the biggest thing to remember, and I only know that from sitting over here, is that we don't know the case.
Yes.
And I think that's really hard because you guys talk about things and y'all know it, so y'all totally are going with it, and we're kind of confused as to wait, so what exactly happened? Like that's the hard, it takes us a long time to catch up, and that makes us go back and look at all the details.
Okay, now I'm really going to switch things up. Marta, can you stand for a minute? You're someone who's legally, you're blind, and you're one of our jurors. Did you understand what was going on? How easy was it for you to follow?
I understand, but there was a bit confused too. Because I don't know the case before. It's a new, and then there was something, there was showing something like the body, the dead body. So I knew that one. Yeah. There's a confusion, but I understand.
But see how hearing, and every year for the past 14 years, I have told you guys the same thing as attorneys. What do I tell them? Tell these people why they're sitting in the box, because they don't know. And if you don't tell them why they're sitting in the box, then they're going to get confused, they're not going to understand. And that is why the opening is crucial. to say, 10, 16 years ago, a body was discovered, and tell them the story. And you know, Judge
And have the
Hammond-
witnesses stand up.
Yeah, and
This
Judge,
witness is the investigator, and he's going to tell you what happened. And this right here is the mother who lost her child. And this is the young man who broke the case, who finally, after 16 years, decided he needed to tell the truth.
yeah. And you know what? Judge Ammons told you guys that when he came and spoke. And I'm going to tell you another thing. I picked the Christian burial case for a reason, for you to read. It's a trial. It talked about a motion in limine. That was that whole Supreme Court case, was keeping the body out. So yeah, you learned about excluding evidence. The inevitable discovery rule. The book you're reading now, Capital Cases. They're real trials. That's why I have you read them, the real world. What happens when a witness doesn't show up? What happens when evidence gets lost? That's why I say read the books, because I know who's read those books because you can use it. Okay? But it is hard. It is hard to listen, and it's hard to ask questions. It really is. Now, I will tell you, Ms. Mitchell here has a good point. If any of you want to do debate, I went on full scholarship to UNCW for speech and debate. It was the best training I ever got for law school. If you can do it, I encourage you. I encourage you to do things like the honors program that Dr. Walsh does because of the reading. Now, the other person I truly want to thank, and he needs to come in here, is Professor Paul Josephs and his communications department that have been in that other room watching you guys, filming this, videotaping it, so that next week we'll be watching it in your moment. Come in. He spends his time doing this. And when he found out that I thought you needed a screen, he brought the screen for me. Okay? So, communications department has been doing this for God knows how many years. They take the time to get here early to set up. They do all this for you, and I cannot thank them enough for going the extra mile, because it's great learning. So thank you.
It's a pleasure.
This is a video courtroom, and we have the ability to videotape it, and for several years we did that.
Yeah.
But the videotape that we get from them is so much better. So many angles, moving it around, quality is much better. So this really does add, and I assume y'all are going to review this.
Yep. Last year's, and I told you guys, we didn't review last year's, but I kept telling you, it's on Blackboard. I had it there for all of you to watch, to learn from the mistakes in the past. But last year, they did, I mean, they were into it. They just got moving on it.
All right, anybody else?
All right, before you guys go,
Let me get the young man on the back row.
Mr. Ellis,
So this is my first mock trial.
and he's a high school student who's considering coming to Methodist. So
I'm actually a teen court judge, and I am now an officially licensed mediator. So
You guys
watching this is actually a really new experience for me, and I'm really excited to do mock trials at Methodist. So yeah, when I first get there, Miss Bonnie will be the first person I see.
So thanks, everybody. All right, those of you, I need you to make sure all the chairs are put together, everything is thrown away.
Before you get up, let me give you a couple of housekeeping things. How do you want them to leave?
Out the front door to the lobby, straight to the elevators, please. Out the
Okay.
front door.
And please don't go anywhere else in the building. The building is closed, and they've allowed us to stay in here, and it's going to take them a little while
And
longer. to
those
get
of
the
you
equipment.
who were in the class and didn't do jury duty, please go next door because Paul Joseph needs help taking all this down in the wires. And the more hands we have, those of you behind cameras, please help. We need your help.